Why you playing, baby boy? What's up? Want you? I wanna spend the night. Wanna make it right. Me. Killing me. Softly, softly. Welcome in, chat. What's going on? Cap, what up, Bop and Wop? What up, Jin? What up, Tequiluka? Chili Kitsune. Lee, Sweet Agony. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. What's going on, Villy? What up, Jay? What up, Blue Ald? What's going on, everybody? How you doing? Hello from the UK. Oi, from the UK. Oi, bro, from the UK. Have you got a license to be watching this broadcast, mate? Did you scan your license to watch this broadcast, mate? I need an answer, or I'm calling me a Bobby. I'm calling me the Bobbies. I'm just kidding. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? Why you playing, baby boy? What's up? What up, Cleric? Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. I just got back from the movies. So we're gonna do a quick spoiler-free movie review. I saw Weapons. Weapons, new horror movie. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. It's a huge one. Here's the trailer. We can watch the trailer. Check it out. I'm going next week. Yeah, I won't be spoiling anything. We will watch the trailer. If you don't want to watch the trailer, then like come back in like 10 minutes, and then we'll probably be done with the content. Let's watch the trailer first. Let's check it out. Got some good news. I was on the first court watch shift this morning, and no one was kidnapped. W. That is good news. That is good news. Congrats. Hey, what up, Moto? All right, let's check this out.
I just want to say how very sorry I am for...
She should be locked up until she tells us what happened.
The truth is that I want an answer just as bad as all of you.
We're talking about 17 kids in one classroom. I want to know what happened in that classroom. Why just her classroom? Why only her?
They're our children.
I love those kids.
This is a true story that happened right here in my town. A lot of people die in a lot of really weird ways in this story, but you're not going to find it in the news.
Those kids walked out of those homes. No one pulled them out. No one forced them. What do you see that I don't?
Show me. Where did you go?
Yeah, Barbarian is great.
Very, very wrong going on.
What am I looking at?
Leave the investigating to the investigators.
I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Rewatching.
The kids are Naruto running. Dang. Okay, that's a good trailer. That's a good trailer. Gives you a little bit of vibes and stuff. So yeah, this is on the poster, so I'm not spoiling anything here, but the plot is a classroom of children in a small town all get up. Here, I'll just read you literally from the poster here. Last night at 2:17 a.m., every child from Mrs. Gandy's class woke up, got out of bed, went downstairs, opened the front door, walked into the dark, and they never came back. And so I really like this movie for a lot of reasons. It's not a perfect movie, and I would say genuinely my advice is like keep your expectations level. You know what I mean? It's a really good movie, but like I think people who are like it's the best horror movie of a generation, I'm not even sure it's better than his previous. But I loved Barbarian. I thought Barbarian was like one of the most interesting movies that year. So it's a pretty high standard. So I still think it's better than like most other things out right now. I'll definitely say that. Saw it compared to Eddington. The person I saw it with also made that comparison. I think this is 1,000 times better than Eddington. I think it's 1,000 times better than Eddington. Yeah, a lot of people are comparing it to Jordan Peele. I don't know. I think like this movie is really good. I will say like isn't Zach Kreger doing another movie soon? Oh, is he? I didn't know that. But I will say this probably had one of the best horror soundtracks since It Follows. Like I don't remember the last time I saw a horror movie where I was like, this music and the soundtrack is doing so fucking much. It's doing so much and it's so good. Like, and it wasn't even just like songs that played in the background. It would be like small like stings, like, you know, a character walks to the road and it turns to the left and the camera pans and it does like a, you know, like stuff like that. Like just like the general audio environment of the film was like fucking great. It was just really, really good. I also really love the structure. Like I think similar to Barbarian, where like if you haven't seen Barbarian, like, you know, 2/3 to halfway through the movie, you're on the edge of your seat and you're just like, you're sitting up and you're like, wait, what the fuck? This movie just totally changed. There's nothing that drastic in this, but it really does a good job of keeping your attention and extending the core conflict in ways that are really interesting and are always like keeping you guessing and keeping you like I don't think you get like frustrated with the lack of answers. I think you like are given new questions and answers at a very, very good pace throughout the whole film. So like structurally and like the pacing of the script is really solid. Josh Brolin was a standout in my opinion for acting. I thought he was really, really good. I also love the cinematography. Not so much like in what it showed, but like what it obscured at times was like so brilliant. Like for the first like 5 minutes of the movie, I'm pretty sure you don't see any of the main characters' faces. Like it takes some really big swings, and I think for most of them, it really lands. They really, really hit hard. I would give it 3.5 to 4 stars out of 5. What movie? Weapons. This movie. Just saw it today. Just released. I'm trying to see movies like the day they release so that I can come and give these kind of reviews more often. Who knows? Maybe I'll finally use my cinema part of my name. It won't be pure Marxism. We'll do a little bit of cinema on days that aren't Saturday. But yeah, I think this movie was really good. I missed it. What did you rate it? I would say 3.5 to 4 stars out of 5. 3.5 to 4 out of 5. I think it's a pretty solid like 7 or 8 on a 10 scale. It was a really solid movie. I actually like really enjoyed it. There are definitely like I'm not gonna give spoilers, but there are definitely a few things that I think they establish, and then it's kind of a loose thread at the end of the movie. But considering how much happens at the end of the movie and what happens at the end of the movie, and again, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I think it's pretty fucking hard to leave that movie feeling unsatisfied, despite the loose ends that they leave. But yeah, I think if it like really was a little bit more cohesive, just a teeny bit more cohesive, and like had more of a payoff for some like key props and things like that, I think it would have been like a 4.5. Also, like there's something about this movie that reminds me of like horror movies from like the 80s and 90s. I don't know what it was. I think it's just like the strict like I don't know. And I think it's because it has to do with children. It has to do with like schools, so that feels like 80s and 90s, like something like it's not really a movie like Super 8 or like Poltergeist or one of those kiddie movies. It's a little campy in a way that 80s movies get to, but I don't know. I think like there's just something about this that kind of taps back into a nostalgia horror for that it did for me at least. Where I felt like I was watching like a really solid like 90s movie. I would say honestly like a comparison I would make to it is like a little bit like Silence of the Lambs. The soundtrack was very John Carpenter feeling. That's a good call. I agree with that. What inspired you to watch it on opening day? I mean, I've just seen some hype about it. I watch anything. I like watching movies. I have AMC A-list, so it was free. And then I can come and talk about it. You know what I mean? I can come and talk about it. Weapons wasn't a great movie, but it's the type of movie that people say they don't make these anymore. I think it was great. I don't know. I liked it. I thought it was really good. Have you seen Sorry Baby? What is that? No, I haven't seen that. New A24. Eva Victor. No, I haven't heard about this. God damn it. She's fucking 1994. She's a year younger than me. Fuck. I hate anyone successful that's younger than me. I hate everyone successful that's younger than me. That's natural, right? That's natural. Nah, I don't really hate her. I don't know her. She's chilling. She's chilling. Get ready for that to go crazy as time goes on. I know. You can't see it. For some reason, it does not really show up on camera, but chat, literally, whenever I was in Chicago, I was hanging out with Rawi, Ray K. Brother, we meet each other in person for the first time. You know what the first thing he says to me is? The first fucking thing that Rawi says to me is, wow, you really do have a lot of white hair. Thanks, dude. Thanks, bro. I know. Bro called you Unk. I know. He hit me with the damn, you do look older. Dude, Blasian said that too. T Blasian, he saw me, he's like, yeah, you do look older in person. I was like, okay, cool. Okay, cool. I'm so glad I started estrogen. Is that the secret? Can I get some? Can you give me some of that? I just got here, man. You did. You said it too. You said you look older in person. You said you look older. I can tell you're white. Or you have white hair. You didn't say I can tell you're white. I think you knew that in advance. Hopefully you knew that in advance. But I started going gray at 25. I'm 44 now, but I haven't gotten that much grayer. I started going gray at 25, and it's definitely progressing pretty quickly. My mom's side of the family is like all very full heads of hair, old people, but like super white. Like one day my hair will be all white, and probably in the next 10 to 15 years, you know? So I don't know, maybe I'll dye it, maybe I'll leave it, who knows? Who knows? That's kind of cool. Hey, listen, it's better than going bald. I will say that. And no shade to my bald friends, okay? No shade to my bald friends. I'm just counting my own blessings, okay? Do not interpret this as shade, okay? That is not my point. I'm doing both. Nice. Good for you. Your shirt is sick. Thank you. I just got it. From China. W China. Anyway, hey chat, I got a kind of a fun. I want to watch Barbarian again, dude. I kind of do too, Becca. We should do that this week. Okay, I got a stream for you guys tonight. Can I just talk you through what we're doing here? Can I talk you what we're doing here? Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I know there's like the DSA convention going on, and Hassan was there today. But I feel like a lot of people like are maybe like looking at the Hassan stream, wondering about the DSA convention. And tonight I actually wanted to like kind of do a deeper dive on the actual resolutions and the actual things being discussed. Okay. And so hopefully some of you guys will want to like dive into this like very nerdy political conversation that's happening at the DSA convention. Because I do think, even though I'm not a DSA guy personally, I'm not. I also do think like DSA is obviously a very important and influential organization on the left, and you know the way they move affects everyone on the left. And like I'm still hopeful for them as like a person in the on the left. You know, I still want the DSA to be successful. And so I think it'd be helpful for us to kind of just look at what the conversations that are happening are and develop a little bit of a better understanding. And so I don't know, maybe we spend like an hour and a half, and like I also want to like rely on chat too. So if there are DSA members in the chat and you guys want to provide other insight or give us like, you know, the arguments being made against or for different resolutions, I would really appreciate that. But otherwise, we're just gonna like kind of go through the big, like some of the bigger, more interesting resolutions to me. Read them, check out like what's going on with them, and also maybe just tap in a little bit because you know it's a DSA convention. There's gonna be a lot of Twitter drama, and we got some funny ones already. So we'll be doing that, and I'm not gonna lie, it's probably gonna be a little bit of medicine. All right, it's gonna be a little bit of nerdy, like, you know, leftist politics shit that I'm personally into, but maybe you're not. So if you get bored and you want to tune out to something else, I promise that after we do the DSA stuff, we're just doing the fun stuff for the rest of the night. So I'm gonna do a little bit of medicine and then candy for the rest of the night. Does that sound good? We're just gonna do fun stuff. Like I got unusual memes, I got travel videos, I got Taskmaster. We can do more retro gaming, you know what I mean? Something like that. Welcome in, Zachap. Thank you for the raid. Howdy from the UK. Bro, oi, bro, have you got a license to be viewing this stream, mate? That's my second time in 20 minutes doing that accent. That's fortunate. I got my encampments screening approval earlier this week for my DSA's Palestine fundraiser. Encampments won by a mile in the committee vote after I found out we couldn't do No Other Land. Oh, why couldn't you do No Other Land? That's cool, though. Wait, in funny news from Hassan's stream, I almost crashed out for the first time ever on Twitch. Wait, why? Why were you crashing out? What did you do? Will this VOD be up? I'm interested, but my phone is going to die soon. Yeah, probably. What up, Wizen? From Germany. Talk to the distributor and they don't have rights right now to authorize non-theatrical screenings. Ooh. Are they distributed by Watermelon? I don't even know who their distributor is. I remember they were struggling to get distribution for a while, but that's another one. I can look it up. Boraqua, I hear you. Listen, I just told you what we're doing tonight. I don't want to do other politics. Here's how listen, Boraqua. Here's how I like to do my stream, okay? Let me just give you an insight. I build up videos that I think will be informative about a topic until we can actually like dive in deep and like focus on that topic for long enough that I think it's good. So there probably will be a night in which we talk about ICE again, because it's obviously a topic we cover on the stream constantly. I don't think that'll be tonight, and you just gotta trust that I have my hands on the steering wheel and I'm doing my thing, and that's okay, right? That's good, right? It's 20 minutes, but DSA members created a video with an overview of the top issues and caucuses.
Hi, comrade.
Oh. I would love to watch this, but it's just like a guy talking to his webcam. There's also an article. Yeah, I think you have one white guy talking. We don't need two white guys talking to your webcam. But we can check this out. We can look at it. We can look at it. A rad lib decided to at me and interpret everything I said in the most dishonest way possible and try to take the moral high ground on shit, even though the person they were defending agreed with me. I've never seen a lib that smarmy. In Hassan's chat? That's wild. Don't argue with other chatters. Don't go arguing with other chatters. Okay, wait, before we get I'm sorry, before we get into the DSA stuff, let's watch this other trailer. If I had legs, I'd kick you.
Mommy? The bathroom has water in it. Go quickly!
I try very hard to be in control of her and everything, but may as well not even be there at all.
I don't like how it feels in my sock.
Just stay there, okay? Just hold on.
How deep is it? Are we gonna die? Is the house gonna fall on top of us? Mommy!
Hey, we just got home, and you would not believe.
Yo! ACAB forever. What a pause.
_ forever, just subscribe.
Thank you for the 8 months.
We are out of time. I have another patient coming, so.
Wait, now? What about the 10-minute warning?
Yeah, I just wasn't paying attention.
You didn't respond to the email
Conan!
that I sent you about my dream.
I don't respond to my clients' dream emails.
I know you have a lot on your plate, but she's getting better, and the rest of it is totally temporary. You need to be a team. There's a whole...
I know. The problem with that logic, though, is that I'm not a housewife. I work, too.
Oh,
I can see you now.
You've missed the last few weeks of family sessions.
I told you what happened. Our entire ceiling fell down, and we're living out of the hotel.
Yes on these, but no on the wine.
But it isn't even 2.
It's 1:58. By the time I ring these up, it will be past 2.
Yo, crazy pants.
Matriarchal fury.
I was gonna partake in surfing the web for some things that I'm into.
What kind of stuff? I'm supposed to know how to fix this. I'm supposed to know how to fix her.
What is it you think it's your job to fix?
I'm asking you what I'm supposed to do. Can you hear me?
I would like you to get a good night's sleep.
Whatever. This isn't supposed to be what it's like. This isn't it. This can't be it. Everything is under control.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, Crash Test. You're in the Libertarian Socialist Caucus? My DSA comrades recommended I keep it out while trying to follow along with the convention. Are you there's no like live stream of the convention, is there? There's not a live stream of the convention, right? Yeah, this looks interesting. It's like just like a woman trying to raise a child and dealing with therapy and shit. Sounds interesting. Oh, so they have like a private live stream for only members. That's okay. Anyway, keep me updated on the votes if you guys are watching it, if you're members. Listen, I don't want to put any chatters here. I know DSA has rules around like who you can talk about this stuff with and shit. Like, I don't want you guys to get into trouble with your chapters or anything. Or compromise like internal dialogues. That's not at all my point of tonight's stream. I can like here, let me just go back. I'll just give you my history with DSA. So I lived in Vietnam from 2016 to 2019. I moved back from to LA. I moved from Vietnam to LA in 2019. I joined DSA LA like the week I moved there. I wanted to start organizing. That was the first place I went to. So I started organizing with DSA LA. COVID happened. I joined their abolitionist caucus and was like, I don't know. I was in the DSA LA abolitionist working group, and it was like me and like 5 other white people. And hey, that's great. Those white people are probably really good people, and no shade to white people. I am a white person, but I was like in the middle of 2020, personally for me, I was like, this is not who I'm trying to take my leadership from on abolition. And that's no shade to those people. It just was like, in general, I was like, yeah, I'm not trying to rescue that group. You know what I mean? Or like, I don't know, go through all the work. Like, I'd just rather join an org that's fighting for abolition and has people actually affected by the prison industrial complex. And so I stayed in DSA, but I started organizing with other organizations and groups. I got involved in some city council races, and we ended up running against the DSA candidate. The DSA candidate ended up winning. The DSA candidate ended up increasing the police budget and doing a lot of really shitty votes. And this was like not even their first candidate who had done this stuff. And so I kind of decided to learn more about DSA LA. And let me just tell you, almost everything I have learned has been pretty ass. And however, I want to preface this. I'm being very honest with you. Is that I feel DSA LA as an organizer in LA for a very long time. I felt that DSA LA was actually harmful in their output and the results of their political strategy was harmful to the larger left in LA. And that's mostly a result of them not being able to hold their elected officials accountable, namely Nithya Raman, Hugo Soto Martinez. You know what I mean? So that was my experience with DSA LA in a nutshell. Obviously, there's a lot more nuance and receipts that I could get into with all these candidates, but I don't think it's relevant. Just take my word for it. We've talked about it many times on the stream, and I probably will talk about it again. I'll probably talk about it tonight. Okay? You know what I mean? But yeah, there's a lot of other details, a lot of other things that were bad that DSA has done. LA has done. However, I understand and I know that DSA is a very segmented organization. Like the different chapters are all very autonomous. They organize on their own. Like, this is not something like the convention and the establishment of the national steering committee and like, you know, things like that. Like, that's where the national organization is. But in many ways, like, the national DSA is pretty different from each separate like city chapter or regional chapter, even much less getting into all the different caucuses within DSA, which we will get into a little bit today. Now on the national level, do you know if Film the Police? William Film the Police LA is a good friend of mine for sure. I've been organizing and have been personal like friends with Will for a very long time, and he's critical for the same reason. Are there other DSAs in the area like Pasadena, Van Nuys, Chatsworth? There's like an OC DSA, and they're chill. They retweet my criticisms of. I think it might just be Ashoki. I think it might just be this chatter who's like boosted me on the OC account all the time, which is cool. But DSA is a big tent. That's one of the first things I'd heard about it to explain why it's gotten all kinds of leftist flavors. Yeah, that's true. And you know, that helps with their membership numbers. It helps when they're trying to get people to knock doors and you know, get them to phone bank for Democratic candidates, you know. But I don't know if it really translates into like a cohesive political strategy very well. And that's my main critique of DSA, is that it just feels like they have a lot of like power and like manpower, but I feel like a lot of times their electoral strategy is very like limited, in that there's like almost no there's no forms of accountability. There's no forms of keeping them onto their party line. They kind of just like develop and train up these like organizers within their own ranks and then like send them into the Democratic Party. So is Zoran just a miracle then? Zoran is not even in power yet, okay? Okay, like, can we just calm down on Zoran a little bit? Like, he's not even in power, and okay, I've been holding this in my like this is not an anti-Zoran thing too. I am hopeful, and I really would love for Zoran to do everything he's promising. And then I see things like this, like
he was. Friends will always miss the man that he was, and that means we must always stand up to learn the lesson from him of how we should live our lives. And so I thank the officers that are here, because I learned in the lesson from Detective Nithya Islam's life the sacrifice and the service that so many officers extend to this city each and every day, no matter which precinct that they belong to.
What is this? What in the fuck are you talking about, dude?
And as we celebrate, as Attorney General said, the advances that we have made in creating a safer city, we know that there is still so much more work to be done. And as part of that vision, we think about this crisis of mental health and mental illness here in our city, and the knowledge that if we want our officers to be able to respond to the serious crimes that they signed up to join the department to address.
That is a eulogy for a dead officer, not a bad thing. I'm not trying to like listen. I'm really not. I'm not. This is not a like I hate DSA kind of thing. But like, what are the serious crimes that he's talking about? Like, what does he think that the police's actual job is? He says this line all the time, and I'm just asking. Look, I just want to know the answer to that question. You know what I mean? Like, what does he think the police do? Like, what does he think that they were designed to do? I don't know why we have to act like we don't understand what the role of policing is in society. You know, we have to like act like we don't know better. And I do think he knows better. I don't know. I don't know. This is just one example where I feel like DSA is just like, they really like gaining power. They really like getting people into office, which is not a bad thing. Again, I'm not even against running on a Democratic Party line, but you have to use and abuse that party line. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to use and abuse it. You have to use it in order to kill it, in order to take power away from the Democrats, not to reinforce the power that the Democrats have. And I feel like a lot of times that dynamic is obscured and it's cloudy. And I think DSA could do a better job of identifying the Democratic Party as an enemy. And I'm not even saying that they can't be a useful enemy at times that we can work alongside, but always remembering that they are an enemy that we must defeat to get our ultimate goals. That's the distinction that I hold with Zoran and any candidate who would, you know, run on the Democratic Party line. I'm not against running on the Democratic Party line at all, but I think when we have conversations and we talk about the Democratic Party in public, when candidates of a socialist organization are interacting with the Democratic Party, it should be very clear that they are not a part of that, and you should use those platforms to point out how the Democratic Party has failed the working class. You know what I mean? Like, it should be an oppositional attitude, except whenever it benefits us. And that's the only time it shouldn't be. You know? Default opposition, occasional collaboration. Like, only when it benefits us. You know what I mean? That's my kind of like line on that shit. So some of these things are actually like being debated at the convention today. So we'll talk about that. But the big one today that people are really talking about a lot, and it was already voted on, so we can kind of like, you know, talk about it, is one member, one vote. So let's start there. So one member, one vote. Spoiler, this failed. So here, let's just go into the full text of the resolution. So I'm going to kind of teach you how to read these. Basically here, there's going to be a summary, which is like actually like a summary of this. And then there's going to be a bunch of whereases, which are kind of like the justification and like the reason why, the argument why this is necessary. And then there's the resolution. Therefore, it be resolved, you know. So this is how you should read these. These are the actual things that they want to change. These are the reasons that they want to change them. And this is just like a summary. So let's read it. Where in Chicago is it at? It looked like from Hassan, from like, I only caught like a few minutes of Hassan's stream today, but it looked like it was at McCormick. I could be wrong on that. Am I right? What up, Bearcillium? DSA's national leadership should be decided by the full rank and file membership of DSA, not delegates or officers. One member, one vote puts these powers in the hands of all members, inspired by the recent reforms which revolutionized the UAW. So this is a proposal to change it so that instead of electing the national committee, the national leadership of DSA, at this convention where chapters will elect delegates who then go and vote, instead it would be like a digital vote between every paper member in the entire DSA. I genuinely don't really have an opinion on this. I think this one is actually like some internal DSA stuff that I don't really understand. I can understand both sides, I think. As a bad idea, I understand why it's a bad idea, and I understand why people would want to advocate for it. You know, votes on what? Every vote. This is strictly for national leadership, but I think there is another one that is, like, for other things too. I could be wrong on that, but I think this is just for the National Political Committee. Which are an important, like they are the leadership of the organization, so it is an important thing. The arguments for this would be, I mean, working class people don't have the capacity to spend a weekend in Chicago. Like genuinely, like it is a privilege to be able to even like read through all these fucking resolutions and like understand them and like get all that, you know what I mean? Like go through the whole convention process is a very privileged thing. Like there are people who are excluded from this process strictly on class dynamics, and we all know class is not just class. Class is heavily influenced by race and sexuality and ability and other marginalizations. So I could see an argument, and I would probably agree with an argument for this that would be on accessibility, and not just accessibility, but just like kind of like opening the tent to more diversity in the organization by giving people more power who don't have the ability to like go to Chicago, participate in a convention, everything like that. On the other hand, I can also understand why the national leadership would not be in favor of this, because it's a lot easier to rally delegates, than it is to try to like reach every single paper member who might not even attend chapters meetings and stuff like that. I think there maybe is a middle ground here if like I'm designing an organization from scratch, and there's probably a lot of things I don't understand about this, just so we are all very clear, you know, that like you like the votes maybe should happen outside of the convention and in like in a larger capacity where they're kind of extending it past delegates a little bit, but maybe only for people who are at a base meeting. I think still having a forum for debate that the people are voting have to participate in, and developing like some kind of political education from both sides, or you know, having people who would like both, like having there be debate that every person who willingly wants to can participate in. I think that's probably like the most like quote unquote democratic option, is like allowing these kind of votes to happen at base meetings where everybody is gathering. And if you're not at the base meeting, you don't get to vote. But if you're at the base meeting and you're a member, you get to vote. That's maybe my compromise, or where I would like land on that. So this failed. And we're going to be checking out some Twitter drama from the one and only friend of the show, OG Black Red Guard, who is in Chicago with the Maoist contingency of DSA. So there's this one member one vote was debated at convention today, and apparently somebody was so bad, somebody went up and debated and like argued for it so poorly that like everybody's like it was gonna lose already, but that person was the reason why it lost. And it's a very DSA story, dude. Like, listen to this. So this is from BRG. As a black convention delegate, I found a white person cheaply bringing up my people's 500 years of slavery and abuse to whip people to vote for their election rigging resolution incredibly shitty. So somebody went up there and was like literally like a white DSA member went up from Socialist Majority Caucus and was like, we have to, if you don't vote for one member, one vote, you're basically a slave owner. Like, you're doing the same kind of disenfranchisement as like, you know, has happened to black communities for all of history. And of course, black socialists do not like this. You know, they do not like this. They do not fuck with this. They do not fuck with this. He also retweeted this. Grown-up sized white baby I'm friends with. The way I be drinking this damn apple juice. Ooh, child. Me. You can't be talking like that, white baby. He said, that face when someone argues that you'd support slavery if you oppose one member, one vote, and gets booed mercilessly. Gets booed mercilessly. Dude, the worst DSA speech of all time. Many people are saying this. I don't know. It's funny. I think it's funny. It's also like, it's kind of just like classic DSA stuff. Like, it's white leftist stuff. It's the stuff we've been talking about on the channel for how long, right? Like this attitude that like we know best for everyone and all we have to do is convince people. It's like, actually, you don't know anything. And like, you know, there are black socialists who are organizing outside of DSA, and you probably have a fuckload to learn from them. Like, if you just go and like try to help, you're gonna learn and you're gonna become a better organizer. And I don't know why so much of DSA doesn't really understand this, that like you don't have to go into these communities that you're not a part of and like try to like bring them onto your struggle. You can just go and help them. Like, you can just go and volunteer for their struggle. You can just go and like, yeah, like they're already organizing. That's like the thing I really want people to get in your head, is that like marginalized people are probably way fucking more organized than you and your white friends are. You know, like they actually they can't trust the state, you know? They don't have that kind of like the institutional like privileges that you have had, and as such they have had to develop them themselves, and they've already been organizing, and maybe it's not like calling itself socialist, but like a lot of that organizing is very, very aligned with our shared interests. And all you have to do is go and say, how can I help? And then you learn, and maybe in your search for justice and learning, maybe get this, maybe by doing so and demonstrating solidarity, they might feel solidarity with you too. Maybe. And it's not a guarantee, and you can't go into it thinking it's a guarantee, but like, that's how you actually build solidarity. That's actually how you build a multiracial coalition, is like trusting that they know what's best for them and going and asking them, what do you need and how can I help? Like, that's all it is, And I don't know why white leftists have a hard time understanding this, I'm new here. Is the DSA bad? I joined my local chapter after watching Hassan's stream today. No, I would never say DSA bad. No, I would never say that. I think it's an imperfect organization, just like, any leftist or any organization, people are imperfect. But this is where they get better, right? Hopefully. And so that's why I wanted to look into this, because the convention is where they're improving themselves and hopefully fighting for, a better DSA, which we should all want. We should all want to be a better DSA, right? Yeah. I don't even know what other groups are where I live. I only know of DSA and PSL. We should try to go next year. No, Grim. Here's the thing, Grim. We should go to Socialism 2025 or 2026. We should go to the actual socialist conference in Chicago. Dude, it was so good this year, and you would have loved it. We should all go to that actually. It's not affiliated with DSA, and you don't have to be a member, and it's not full of all this boring voting and debating over resolutions and shit. It's just pure education, pure like connecting you with on the ground activists and stuff. That's definitely a better place for us to go, in my opinion. DSA Con is every 2 years. Oh, interesting. There are Marxist groups where I live. Should I look into that as well? Yeah, sure. But I mean, also look into like abolitionist groups. Look into immigration rights organizations. Like, these are organizations that are going to be at the forefront of some of the most important struggles that are happening in your city right now. And they're not going to like be Marxist or socialist, but they're going to be doing work that is like socialist and Marxist. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think we should get away from those. Like, I'm not saying get away from socialism. Of course, I'm anti-capitalist and I'm a Marxist, and I'm going to bring that into every space I'm in. And it's already in all of these spaces that I'm going into. You know what I mean? It's already there, but you don't have to just organize strictly on those like labels. That's what I mean. The praxis will meet your theory will inform the praxis, and the praxis will inform your theory, and this is how you actually organize. Like, it's not just about like which label you pick. Would I be better off joining an organization or running for city council? I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're not already part of an organization, your city council race is doomed. If you don't have connections to city council or to community organizations, how are you gonna build coalitions that get you into city council? I'd say give it 4 years. If you want to make that a stretch goal for like 4 years, start getting organized, start building trust in a bunch of community orgs. Let them know that you're somebody that they can count on and that you're accountable to them. And then maybe you can think about running. How do you know the community power players? What do you mean? Electric. I gave the same advice to Vorlo. Vorlo, another great streamer who's doing a lot of really cool organizing in LA. He was like in a He was at a he was like talking about I'm gonna run for something. I'm gonna run for something. He didn't even know what he wanted to run for. And I was like, dude, just like get organized for it. You know, like you don't have to jump into like electoral politics. That's like such a limited interaction with power and with like community building, you know? I think you'll get a lot more out of like trying to interact with a community organizing structure than the state structure. You know? You know what I mean? Okay, so there's one member, one vote. I think that's the only like constitutional and bylaws amendment that I wanted to cover. Everything else looks kind of boring. There are some interesting like resolutions, which are kind of like them like making a statement to the way that the organization runs in general. I don't even know if these are like binding or not, but let's check out a few because some of these are pretty interesting. What up, Nick? You're in here. You got the test worked. There was one that I thought was really interesting. Red lines for DSA endorsements. So this is what I was looking at earlier. Because I think this is like a big deal. Like the way that they do endorsements right now, I think is like pretty bad. Like I think in general, the endorsement process is kind of broken in DSA, and this kind of all plays into the same like problems that they have with accountability. So let's see what what Twin Ports DSA, a Delaware DSA member. I don't even know what caucus is putting this forward. Kind of hard to tell. Okay, summary. This raises the bar for eligibility in DSA's national endorsement. Okay, so this is not even about local endorsements. They're different. Establishing red lines for candidates seeking DSA's national endorsement relating to public affiliation with DSA and a series of policy requirements. It also changes the national endorsement process such that candidates' campaigns will themselves apply for endorsement rather than receiving a referral from a chapter, and requires that all red lines for endorsement be communicated to candidates as part of the endorsement process. Interesting. So this seems like in some ways a response to the debacle with AOC, and specifically what happened with National Committee and DSA New York. So if you guys aren't familiar, let me run it down real quick for you. I'm probably gonna miss details. Don't scream at me. But here it is in a nutshell. Okay, DSA New York re-endorsed AOC's re-election campaign. It was like what I think it was last year, 2024 election. They re-endorsed. She's gonna win anyway. Like she's a shoo-in. Like there's no chance of her like losing. The endorsement really doesn't even mean that much, but she sought DSA New York City's endorsement. New York City went to DSA National and said, hey, we would like you to endorse AOC. DSA National actually did something really interesting with this ask. So they came back to DSA New York and they said, we are willing to endorse if AOC adopts these 4 policy points as red lines that she will never break. And let's look at DSA. Let's look at these conditions. So, condition number 1. Publicly oppose all funding to Israel, including the Iron Dome. Condition number 2. Participate regularly in the DSA Federal Socialist in Office Committee. Condition number 3. This also happened in like July. This was like a year ago, by the way. This was a year ago. So this would have directly, like, if these stipulations and like conditions were applied to AOC, this, like, it wouldn't even, it could have actually made a difference. Like, it actually could have made a difference in her public perception and her, like, her guilt in a fucking genocide, for Christ's sakes. And then condition number 3, publicly opposes all criminalization of anti-Zionism, such as bills advancing the IHRA definition, which conflates criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. And 4, publicly support BDS and to end Israeli settler colonialism. So this is from the National Committee. I agreed with this. I think these are good conditions. These should be easy for anyone on the national level of politics to adopt, especially if they call them a socialist. They call themselves socialists. These should be easy conditions to adopt. This initial endorsement request was considered upon request of New York City DSA Steering Committee. Earlier this week, the National Political Committee received a request from New York City DSA Steering Committee to withdraw the endorsement because it took place after the New York Democratic primary, and they did not expect a conditional endorsement or feel that it was strategic. So New York City DSA, on receipt of these conditions, said, nah, never mind. Nah. Actually, nah, never mind. So that is, in my, outside perspective. I'm not a DSA member, so this is all outside perspective. But in my opinion, when they say, like, it changes the national endorsement process such that candidates' campaigns will themselves apply for endorsement rather than receiving a referral from a chapter, and requires that all red lines for endorsement be communicated to candidates as part of the endorsement process. I think they're trying to avoid this kind of dynamic from happening again, where a local branch is basically able to supersede the national committee on stuff like this, because that is essentially what happened here. And again, it is important to reiterate, because I think a lot of people like hyper focus on this, and while it is a very interesting moment in like political development within DSA, AOC was going to win with or without DSA's endorsement. You know what I mean? Like AOC was going to win with or without DSA's endorsement. You know what I mean? Okay, so here, therefore, be it therefore resolved that CR 05 NEC Consensus Revolution is amended as follows, with added green text and underlined text removed and omitted text affected. So this is like a fucking amendment. Section 1, recruitment of independents and nonpartisan candidates. Applicants for the national DSA endorsement will be encouraged but not required to run on an independent ballot line. All candidates who run on the socialist slate as independents must agree to the following: run only as independents, agree to run on a slate with all other nationally endorsed independent candidates, and participate in the joint fundraising program, prominently feature the term Democratic Socialist and discuss DSA on their literature, social media, and in speeches, and agree to participate in the Socialist in Office committee of their local chapter while campaigning and if elected, and agree with and campaign on our nationally agreed upon policy platform. I'm not going to lie, chat. This is the only way that DSA is a serious electoral force. If they genuinely don't want to be a fucking phone bank for the Democratic Party, this is a great way to actually break from that. I think this is good. And again, I'm looking at these with a very, like, just on its face. There's probably a lot of nuance, and God knows they're all fucking probably blue in the face debating this shit right now. And there's probably a lot I don't understand. You know what I mean? However, I think it's really interesting. This here, this part, the criteria for national endorsement applications will ask that candidates hold on to these policy lines. Like, for example, the candidate must support the BDS movement and the creation of a single secular, integrated, and democratic Palestinian state and the whole of historic Palestine, and must oppose any measure which would legitimize the Israeli state, transfer funds or arms to the Israeli state, or restrict the right of any person to organize for a free Palestine. Like, great wording. I love that. The candidate must support. Woo! This is a good one. The candidate must support the abolition of the police and the U.S. empire and oppose any measure which would increase the scope or budget of the U.S. military or police. Boom! Hell yeah. That's a fucking banger, dude. I think these are all great. Like, these are all good platforms. And that's why I'm like, I don't, like, it's hard for me to be like, oh, DSA is all bad. I don't ever say that. That's, like, I never have done that. I've never said that. I'm always talking about these things with extreme nuance. And, like, really diving into the actual fucking texts. Like, you know? And it just gets flattened by a lot of people who probably don't give a fuck about the actual text and don't actually read this shit, you know? Yeah, I say this every time. Only cis deal in absolute, exactly. So, like, I think this is a good one. I hope people vote on this. Also, something important that I haven't even discussed here yet is the DSA caucuses. Okay, so we're going to go into 3 DSA caucuses today. There's so fucking many of them. There's so many caucuses, and these are like parties within a party. These are parties within DSA. So it's like there's like the Bread and Roses caucus. There is the Red Star caucus. There are like the Internationalist caucus. There's like the Socialist Majority caucus. And so Socialist Majority caucus is like DSA's right wing. They are like they're mostly liberal. They're very much more reform over revolution. Red Star is kind of the opposite end of that. They're more on the left. They're more revolution over reform. Yeah. Bread and Roses is kind of like in the middle sometimes, right? Bread and Roses is kind of like in between the two, right? Or no? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so all these places, they put out like recommendations, so we can look at what like they recommended for. Oops. So let's see. What was that one we were just looking at? What is it? Towards a unified endorsement process. Is that the one? No, it was red lines. Red lines for DS. No. God damn it. Oh, yeah. Red lines for DSA endorsement. CR 05A01. Wait, so they actually like, Red Star didn't give a recommendation on this. They did do CO5A02 and also yes on A03. So I guess essentially, okay, so I think I'm understanding this better. So this is like different options on reforming their endorsement process. So this is like, this one would be like form red lines, run independence. Like I would vote for this. I think this is the path that DSA should take. I think this is a good thing. I think you should have hard red lines, especially if you're dealing with electoral politics. And there needs to be genuine co-governance models implemented. Do you know what I mean? Like, it can't just be we're electing somebody and, best of luck. We really trust you, buddy. Like, no, that's not good enough. We're fucking dealing with capitalism. We cannot just like send a person into the fucking lion's den and trust them. You know, like I think we need a genuine co-governance model. We need genuine red lines, genuine forms of accountability. Like I agree with that. So here's some other ones though. So this one's the same one, CR05, but this is A02. This is one DSA towards a unified endorsement process. DSA's electoral project is one of our greatest assets. But when our electeds, chapters, and national organization are unable to move with one voice, we are unable to act. This resolution establishes a unified endorsement process whereby candidates endorsed by their chapter will be considered endorsed by DSA. This is bad. This is bad. And DSA-LA is a great example of why it's bad. This will standardize endorsement criteria across chapters, establish a consistent endorsement revocation process, and make all candidates eligible to benefit from the full power of DSA. FYI, they're voting on this right now. Ooh, keep us updated. I want to know. I think this one it has problems. I don't think that, like, I don't know. I don't trust chapters. Why is it bad? Because then you have groups like DSA-LA. And I'm also questioning, like, they're essentially like diving, like they're like DSA-LA will speak for the entire organization when they make an endorsement. You know? Am I like misunderstanding it? Like it's like each chapter can endorse whoever, and like that endorsement will be considered an endorsement by the entire DSA organization. What's wrong with chapters? Okay, well, we can actually dive into this a little bit deeper. I think it's kind of relevant right now because there's also a resolution at this to censor Nithya Raman, who is a DSA LA elected, who has just been incredibly fucking harmful to like working class organizing. We have triggered Brett's trap card. True. Okay, so let's check this out. R46, resolution to censor LA City Councilwoman Nithya Raman. Summary. Despite her continued endorsement by DSA Los Angeles, Nithya Raman's support of Zionism and her acceptance of funds from Zionist organization puts her at substantial odds with DSA. It is DSA's responsibility to demonstrate that Raman's actions are anathema to our organization's values through a formal censure. This resolution censors DSA elected Nithya Raman, calls for her membership to be formally reviewed by National DSA, and mandates that its text be made public on adoption. Whereas DSA LA socialist in office and City Council member Nithya Raman has repeatedly demonstrated antagonism towards the movement for Palestinian liberation as follows. During the ongoing genocide, Raman sought and received the endorsement of Democrats for Israel, a liberal Zionist lobby group which condemns anti-Zionist organizing, including student encampments which YDSA chapters have played a significant role in, as anti-Semitic, and cheers on the continued slaughter of the Palestinian people. Raman co-authored a resolution to prioritize an anti-Palestinian LA United School District resolution, which was used to shut down the United Teachers Union of Los Angeles' historic BDS resolution vote. Raman voted for a resolution to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which defines anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. Raman condemned Palestinian resistance while failing to condemn Israeli apartheid and genocide, and likewise condemned DSA's post-October 7th statement, expressing solidarity with the Palestinian people. Raman has continued to platform Zionist lobbyists who have condemned DSA statements and student actions in solidarity with the Palestinian people. And whereas these actions have harmed anti-Zionist organizing and recruitment in DSA and YDSA by demonstrating inadequate political discipline and putting our organization at odds with pro-Palestine allies in DSA's own organizing, and whereas these actions conflict with NPCR number 8 as passed by the 2023 convention, and whereas these actions have already resulted in YDSA's censure of Raman, and whereas, despite being censored by her chapter and YDSA, Raman has not meaningfully improved on this issue nor taken accountability for her actions. Therefore, be it resolved that DSA formally censures LA City Council member Nithya Raman. Be it further resolved that the DSA advises the National Political Committee to seriously review the membership of Nithya Raman and reopen dialogue with DSA on revoking her local endorsement, as it is the view of the convention that she is in substantial disagreement with the principles and policies of the organization, and her expulsion may thus be warranted under Article 1, Section 3 of DSA's bylaws. If you are at the convention, please vote for this. Please vote for this. Nithya Raman has been at the top of my shit list for almost like half a decade. Okay? It's been almost 5 years that Nithya Raman has been a pain in my fucking ass. Nothing gets me angrier than Nithya Raman. And it's such a fucking failure. It's such a failure of the leftist movement in LA. Not just Israel. She's also voted for a lot of police budget increases too. She just recently, when the police were brutalizing people in LA for protesting against ICE, she just voted to fund their overtime specifically for those protests. The cops were getting paid overtime and she approved it. She approved the redirection of city funds from other shit into police budgets to pay their overtime for them to shoot leftist protesters in the fucking head. Like, that is unacceptable. I'm sorry, man. She consistently does things that are in favor of, like, the state's goals and directly against our goals as organizing people. And that's why I don't fuck with her. And it's just a censure, right? Like, that's kind of a meaningless motion, or am I wrong? I mean, it gets pretty, like, I think the text at the end of that resolution is, like, a lot better. I think it's, when they talk about, like, she's been censured by her local chapter, YDSA, and now national. I think they should expel her. It makes an argument for expulsion. It's far past the time for expulsion. I think I agree. But anyway, going back to where we got here, how we got here that's why I don't think this model is good. That's why I don't think this model is good. And I think maybe there might be a devil in the details here when they talk about like a standardized endorsement criteria. So that maybe they're like taking some power away from chapters and like forcing them to hold accountability to their elected officials. But I just can't imagine this actually playing out well on a national scale. Especially when both of the elected officials, both of them, Nithya Raman and AOC, both of the DSA elected officials that are up for censure at this convention, both of them have had issues on this exact line, right? Where the DSA national is not fucking happy with the actions of their elected, and the local branch, the local chapter branch is not willing to do what they need to do. So yeah, personally, I think sometimes you got to cut that shit off. Okay, let's read the last one. CR05A03 towards deliberative federal endorsements. Towards deliberative federal endorsement amends CR05 requiring more deliberation prior to endorsement. This includes meetings between candidates/chapter leaders and the National Political Committee, and a debate /vote amongst National Electoral Committee (RNF) for endorsement recommendations and more. It aims to help build stronger relationships with federal candidates and deeper buy-in amongst National Electoral Committee members to scale our electoral infrastructure. National Political Committee can still consider candidates who do not meet these criteria as per the last paragraph of Section 2. Okay, so national endorsements for federal candidates require the following criteria. Elected leadership of the chapter requesting endorsement must meet with the National Political Committee to discuss the chapter's role in the campaign, how the candidate aligns with the chapter's political struggle and strategic priorities, how the chapter will support the campaign operationally, and how National DSA and the chapter will coordinate around the campaign. Candidates must meet with the NPC to discuss their questionnaires and stances on key political and strategic questions important to DSA. This meeting is observable by any National Electoral Committee and good member in good standing. National Political Committee may extend the meeting under executive session at their own discretion. Yeah, see, like I don't think this is enough either. I don't think this is enough either. I think really if I'm doing my recommendation, I would say this. I would say A1. Red Star seems to disagree with me. Red Star says yes on both 2 and 3, which I'm kind of surprised by. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised by. I've also, this is really interesting to me too. No on R22A01. Align with the BDS movement. Let's check that out. Why would they say no on BDS? Somebody was asking about R22. Why would they say no on BDS? This amendment preserves local chapter autonomy over their endorsement processes, strikes unnecessary mandatory expulsion language, and prioritizes strategic targets for economic boycott. Oh. What is BDS? Boycott, divestment, and sanction. It's a political strategy that's been used since South African apartheid to put pressure on racist apartheid states like Israel today. So you don't buy anything that has any involvement in the Israeli genocide. And we also advocate for divestment and any structures that you're a part of. This is why the encampment movement was fighting on universities. They were asking their colleges to divest from Israel with their like massive endowment funds. And then it's also like pressuring your local officials to sanction Israel, to actually, sanction, embargo Israel. DSA has endorsed BDS nationally since 2017, I believe. Yeah, I understand why now. Now that I read this summary, the strikes unnecessary mandatory expulsion language. This is a liberal Zionist initiative. This is a liberal Zionist initiative, isn't it? Yeah, a little bit sussy. Yeah, so here's the original. You can see where they struck out and what they added here. Be it resolved that potential candidates who cannot commit to the aforementioned basic expectations, and it says shall be deemed by, this is what it is currently. SMC wrote that resolution? Yeah, bye. Shall be deemed by the National Electoral Commission as well as any relevant approving bodies at national chapter as ineligible for national endorsement by DSA. And they're saying may be deemed as ineligible. Yeah, fuck you. Be it resolved that upon receiving fair and ample opportunity for education about the Palestinian struggle for liberation, endorsed candidates who fail to continue to uphold the aforementioned basic expectations after being endorsed and or taking office, they're again saying that we got to remove it from being shall to may, have their DSA endorsements revoked by vote of the NPC locally and or nationally as applicable. Yeah, I mean, this is bad. That's a terrible one. I completely understand why people are advocating for voting no on that. I completely understand. Are there any other interesting ones, chat? I think the like electoral endorsement ones and the Nithya one. Oh, we can read the AOC one. We should definitely read the AOC one. Oh, there's a resolution on not using X anymore. A resolution on the use of X.com. That's kind of funny. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, it's like DSA should deprioritize X. It is highly likely that the AOC one won't be voted on due to time. Man, cut some other dumb shit. This is the good one. Why did it get put last? Wait, does that mean that they're not going to censor Nithya either? Man, lock the doors. Somebody, I need a heavy metal chain and a heavy padlock to McCormick Place right now. They're not leaving until they censor these fucking Zionists. Okay? Get your ass back in there. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I'm joking. It's near the end of the voting order, so if time runs up Sunday, it would be moved to the NPC to consider. Oh. Ooh. Okay. That's interesting. Thank you, Elwood. Who's the NPC? The National Political Committee. Who is the National Political Committee is who sent those conditions to AOC that we discussed earlier. So, interesting. And from what I've heard inside of DSA is that the left of DSA is likely to gain 1 or 2 seats in the National Political Committee, which can make a really big difference in a lot of stuff. So it would make like these kind of censures more likely. It would make them more likely. There are 2 Red Star comrades from my chapter running for NPC. Yeah. That's what I've heard, is that DSA is moving more to the left. The NPC was also just expanded to 25 people now. Jesus Christ. Don't they have to pay all those people? Don't they have to, didn't they like fire all their unionized like office staff and now they expanded the NPC? That's kind of weird, right? That's kind of weird. What's going on there, Elwood? Give us the tea there. We're trying as hard as we can to push it left, and I admire all of you for doing that. Like, genuinely. No, I think it's great. I admire all of you. DSA just spent an hour on that exact topic. Yeah. See, I know all the fucking drama. Okay? I know all the fucking drama. Everybody calls me a DSA hater. I know. Yeah, name 3 of her songs. Okay? You're calling me a hater. Name 3 of their songs, all right? You're a big DSA fan? You like DSA, huh? I know all about DSA, okay? What do you know? What do you fucking know? I know all the tea, all right? Yeah. Okay, let's read this one too. R47, resolution to censure U.S. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez Cortez's tacit support for Zionism in the face of liberal betrayal of international law and her dogged support for the Democratic Party establishment to the detriment of DSA's member-led organizing have actively harmed our organization. Such action warrants censure by the DSA convention. This revolution censors NYC DSA elected Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, calls for her membership to be formally reviewed by National DSA, and mandates that its text be made public on adoption. Whereas Congresswoman AOC originally ran on DSA's endorsement as an outsider willing to primary and support other socialist and progressive candidates in Congress, and whereas AOC has signaled to the Democratic Party leadership that she would not continue to back primary challengers to incumbent members of Congress in an attempt to win her now failed bid for ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, and whereas AOC has not only ineffectively voiced opposition to the Democratic Party's support of Israel's unjust and criminal war, but has actively promoted said war as follows. In a March 2024 interview with CNN, AOC failed to support Palestinian resistance against settler colonial occupation and instead stated her support of the United States and Israel's plan to crush Palestinian resistance. In an April 20th congressional letter, AOC affirmed Israel's rights to self-defense and supported further funding of the Iron Dome. AOC endorsed Democratic presidential candidates Joe Biden and later Kamala Harris, despite their unconditional support of Israel financially and ideologically. And AOC voted for House Resolution 888, which not only states that Israel has a right to exist, but that to deny this is anti-Semitic. Therefore, let it be resolved that DSA formally censures U.S. Congresswoman AOC. Be it further resolved that DSA advises the NPC to seriously review the membership of AOC and reopen dialogue with New York City DSA on revoking her local endorsement, as it is the view of the convention that she is in substantial disagreement with the principles and policies of the organization, and her expulsion may thus be warranted under Article 1, Section 3 of the DSA bylaws. Update. CR5A02, the one you didn't like, fails. Nice. That was also the last vote of the night. Did they do A1? Did they do C5A1? CR5A1? Anyone? Did that even get voted on? CR5A2 was the one that was like, just let local chapters decide endorsements for the entire organization. I didn't think that was that good. I didn't think that was a very good proposal. I'm glad to see it fall. I'm glad to see it fall. Oh, we can look at some of these actually. Make DSA more diverse. DSA must change into a party as diverse as the working class itself. This revives the Multiracial Organizing Commission, creates a biennial MROC conference, and funds and promotes best practices for developing diversity. Full text. Whereas the working class is multiracial, multigendered, multicultural, multilingual, and multigenerational, to truly represent the working class, DSA must create an internal environment welcoming to working people of all backgrounds, as well as externally recruit to proactively bring those people into DSA. Has anyone told you you look like mini Pekka? Less than 3 ? This? You think I look like this? Are you on acid, Chatter? Are you okay, Chatter? Chatter, it's gonna be okay. Just go lay down. Just go lay down. Bro can't take a compliment, true. Just go lay down. Put on some music. I see it. First time Chatter. Mods, take that guy out back. Mods, take that guy out back. Okay, night. Okay, bye. Orificio Anal 12. I didn't even read his username. Mods, take that guy to Outback. Mods, buy that guy a blooming onion. Mods, get this man a blooming onion right now. I'm just kidding. That means anal hole 12 in Spanish. Okay. You do look like this, though. True. Hey diddly do, dude. That's what I'm saying on that. Hey diddly dandy, brother. Okay. Okay, can we focus on this, please? Just one more. This is the last one we'll read. I know it's like very dense and boring political jargon, but it's kind of interesting, right? It's kind of interesting, right? It's a little interesting. We're about to get into some fun stuff, okay? Okay, make DSA more diverse. The working class, to truly represent the working class, DSA must create an internal. I already read that. As well as externally recruit to proactively bring those people into DSA. I'm not going to jump down the throat of this, although I do think this kind of rhetoric is exactly the problem. I do think this is exactly the problem. I would have probably written this, to truly represent the working class, DSA must create an internal environment welcoming to people of all backgrounds, as well as form coalitions with marginalized organizations who are already doing work aligned with our organization. I think that's how I would rephrase that personally. Because I think this attitude of like, we have to go and externally recruit is like, that's the problem. Like, no, why are you viewing them as external? Like, we are working class. They are a part of, you know what I mean? Why do you have to do that? Why? Like, this is othering, you know what I mean? But I'm not going to jump down their throat. Let's read the rest of it. The ascending far right in the US has been very effective at reinforcing long-standing racism and misogyny, and especially scapegoating immigrants and transgender people as part of their project to seize state power and consolidate their own profits. Meanwhile, liberal institutions have enabled the elite capture of identity politics to serve their own interests, hyper-focusing on identity representation in ways that reinforce increasingly narrow concepts of group interests and keep us divided. This is kind of interesting. I could hear this critique. I think that is true in many ways. That liberal institutions do reinforce like narrow concepts of group interests. I honestly think like this is kind of a good description of like the failure that a lot of white leftists had in reacting to the FD video. And this is not shade. I'm not throwing shade at anybody, but I think like we really are like, oh, this is what black people want. And it's like, okay, chill. Like, okay, back up. Like, hold on. You know, or like, this is how you reach all black people. I was like, whoa. Calm down. Okay. That FD video was crazy because I watched it and went, yeah, it makes sense. I didn't realize there was such a backlash. Yeah. I don't know. It's a good way to prioritize class without being reductive on intersectionality in the same. Yeah, I agree. I think there are ways that we have collective interest. Like, I don't think people are purely driven by racial interest, like, you know, your racial group interest, your sexuality group interest, your you know, disabled identifying interests. I think these are all intersecting, and I do agree that like class is the way that all groups are oppressed. You know, I don't think it's reductionist. I think it's almost like there is all these intersections, but like every intersection is oppressed by class in the same in similar ways, and in similar ways enough that I believe that all working people can join in their shared interest. And this is the only way forward, is that we all do have shared interest as working class. And that doesn't mean that the solution is going to be the same for every person. I'm not arguing for a universality or a class reductionist approach. There's still going to be specific things that specific communities need that other communities don't. But I still think, like, especially when we're organizing on these like, you know, in these ways we're organizing, I think that organizing along class is still, you know, one of the best ways to draw in collective interest and to organize around collective interest. Does that make sense? Okay, you're bringing me back. What, did I lose you? Was I losing you? My main problem with FD's Zoran video is that he called Vosh a leftist, but when I thought about it, he was saying not that he personally thought Vosh was a leftist, but that white people thought Vosh was a leftist, and that was part of the problem he was describing. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I get that. Okay, here we go. Challenges to building a diverse mass left organization are, on one hand, class reductionism, which ignores race as a modality through which class is lived, and on the other, identity essentialism, which insists on deference to people or identity-based groups who claim their particular lived experiences lead to certain necessary conclusions for organizing. Okay, let me read that again. Class reductionism, which ignores race as a modality through which class is lived. I think that's a pretty good definition for class reductionism. Identity essentialism, which insists on deference to people or identity-based groups who claim their particular lived experiences lead to certain necessary conclusions for organizing. I mean, my immediate like knee-jerk reaction to this is, are there people who really believe that? Like, are there actually people who are arguing for this point? Because I do see class reductionism a lot of the time. Yes, there are. I mean, I trust you. I believe you, but I've never seen that within DSA, and I certainly haven't seen it outside of DSA. You know? I don't know. I also like take issue with this idea of like lived experiences lead to certain necessary conclusions for organizing. Like, I don't think I guess like what my issue with this part is not that it's I don't think they're really saying that you have to be, yeah, it is like the standpoint theory, but that's also why I'm like, is this really that big of a deal? But like, are there lived experiences in marginalized communities that make people better at organizing? Yes. Do you need those lived experiences? Is it a necessity to be good at organizing? I think no. But if you're trying to build a mass organization and you don't have those lived experiences and the conclusions that come from those lived experiences in the mass organization, that is necessary. As an individual, I don't think that lived experiences will or not having lived experiences will prevent you from like doing what you need to be able to be useful in an organization. But as a larger organization in the mass, I do think if you don't have any immigrants in your organization and you're organizing for socialism, you're going to fail. Like, I genuinely do think that you're going to fail. You know what I mean? Like, you do need to have representation, and like allowing that representation to inform your organizing on, issues that are core to that group. Right? And it always comes back to that, like, this key organizing principle. The people who are closest to the problem are closest to the solution. You know what I mean? So like in that vein and with that like understanding and truth and grounding, it's like, how could a socialist organization find solutions to white supremacy with only white people in it? You know what I mean? So I think it's like, I don't know. I think the way that this is written is a little bit flattening in a very nuanced conversation. Definitely. We need organizations that are as diverse as the communities they serve, if not more diverse. I think it should just be like, it should center, like, your organizing should always center affected people. Like, that's what I was talking about before with like when I joined DSA and I was at like abolitionist working group meetings with like only other young white people. I was like, how do we know if what we're doing for abolition is effective if we don't have any people who have been in prisons in here? Or we don't have any people who are like, Like we're missing so much of this part of this story. How could we be effective? You know, that's understandable, but that's also how we got to DSA pushing Zionist BS. I'm Arab, and if I started demanding people support Saudi and claimed everyone is Islamophobic for disagreeing, clearly you're in the right to ignore me. I mean, yeah, of course. Like I still think you have, you know, principles. And I don't think like, you know, obviously like not every marginalized person is like a fucking clairvoyant savant politically. And I don't agree with every marginalized person like on every single topic. You know, I understand what they're saying which like the insistence on deference to people who are, you know, more marginalized than you. Like, you know, this stream would be run by AK by this point. Okay, that's a deep throwback. Yeah, it is a tricky balance. That's why I'm like, I think this was maybe flattening a really complex conversation in that. This happens in a lot of research too. All too often, studies get put together without improving the lives of indigenous people without ever talking to them. Yeah. Like, yeah, how are you going to do a study about a group and not talk to the group? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. To cut past these organizing challenges and win power against the capitalists who weaponize identity against us, socialists must demonstrate an alternative. Our goal must be what Olufemi Taiwo calls a constructive politics. To organize solidarity across identity differences to build power for shared working class needs against common class enemies. On paper, DSA has national working groups and caucuses dedicated to organizing and recruiting members of marginalized groups and racialized identities. However, these groups have been inconsistently active, and they have received limited support or attention from the outgoing National Political Committee. The 2021 and 2023 national conventions voted to create and then recommit to the multiracial organizing through a DSA multiracial organizing committee, including a national convening. Did I get? I don't know why I can't. A national convening and ongoing organizer trainings to establish and promote best practices for more diverse membership development. Like, bro. To more intentionally support and develop BIPOC membership and leadership, to amend organizing practices that lend to burnout, tokenizing, or creation of hostile spaces within our ranks, and to organize from a culture of solidarity, grace, and transformation, not fear, guilt, or deference, in order to achieve an organization that is reflective of the multiracial working class. However, this this member-led organizing project was allocated limited staff capacity to follow through on its goals and sustain broader membership engagement, and the outgoing National Political Committee set the MROC budget to 0 while making budget cuts. As a result, the convening did not occur, and MROC has become inactive. DSA ended 2024 with a $1 million surplus. DSA surplus funding could be used to invest in intentionally diversifying DSA's membership. DSA commits to making our membership more diverse by investing in leadership development for people of marginalized identities and establishing best practices from examples across DSA chapters to grow and become more racially diverse in ways that reflect the areas in which they organize. DSA will reestablish the Multiracial Organizing Commission to carry out a national leadership development program focused on recruiting members of color. I have a question here, just real quick. Why do they need the Multiracial Organizing Commission if there's already like AfroSoc and like there are already marginalized people's caucuses within DSA based on identity? Is there anyone who is in DSA that can kind of give me insight on that? Are we reviewing DSA resolution from the convention? Yeah. Like I know that there's already AfroSoc. There's already like probably like a Latino organization, like a caucus. Everyone wants a club. I feel like this is okay. I'm just kind of shooting from the hip here. Is this white people wanting to be in the club? Like, why would you not just support the marginalized group caucuses that already exist? Why would you want to create a new multiracial organizing commission when the marginalized groups are already organizing for themselves? It's kind of the same fucking conversation we've already been having, right? And I'm not saying I fully understand this. Like, just to be clear, I don't think I do fully understand this, but this is the understanding that I do have. You know what I mean? I don't know much on this topic, sadly. Let's see what Red Star said. R10. I don't think they gave a recommendation. I don't think they gave a recommendation. Wait. I think BRG posted about this. Oh, yeah, he did. I remember reading this. Okay. All DSA convention delegates should vote no on R10. Here's why. Fast forward to today. Unironically after the reactivation of AfroSoc, the authors of MROC are doubling down on reintroducing this troubling legacy. Worse than before, Resolution 10 does not once mention white supremacy, anti-racism, decolonization, cross-racial liberation, or any real acknowledgement of systemic racial oppression within DSA, politically or culturally. In fact, the only mention of race in the entire resolution is to pay lip service to the pitfalls of class reductionism, when in reality, Resolution 10 itself engages in class reductionism by seeking to make DSA more diverse without challenging the organization to investigate why it is not representative of the multiracial left, let alone the multiracial working class, and instead attributes the failing of DSA to an alleged inadequacy of members who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color, which DSA can fix through skills training. The audacity! Embodying the chauvinism of white supremacy, the only offering from Resolution 10 MROC to address rampant racism in our organization is to patronize and tokenize BIPOC socialists by presuming that they somehow require special training and development, specifically with the involvement of white people, in order to become effective organizers. To top it off, AfroSoc was not even contacted or consulted before Resolution 10 was submitted, highlighting how little regard the authors had for the largest contingent of BIPOC members in DSA. There you go. Also, it should be known that... sorry, hold on. We in AfroSoc were not consulted or asked about what we thought about a multiracial organizing committee, which is extremely disrespectful, to say the least. My guess is that the DSA right saw the predominance of left-wing Black and brown voices and decided to rig up their own flimsy paper organization and fill it with their ideological peers to break our unity. This is opportunism, wrecking, and meddling. Damn. W. Black Red Guard for providing us with some more insight on that. Interesting. Interesting. Huh, very interesting. Yeah, no, exactly, Yashoki. And this is the contradiction that I've been pointing out in general, especially around a conversation around white leftists and things like that. Like, what about DSA learning from BIPOC organizers instead of the other way around? It assumes that DSA knows better. Yeah. It does. You're 100% right. Like that, and that is the core of the problem, right? It assumes that like these groups have something to learn from us. There must be something they don't understand about the way that we operate. And all we have to do is just let them know. All we have to do is just get them to understand our point of view. and teach them and train them. And it's like, no, actually, it's not just that. It's actually the way you guys behave. It's actually also your behavior that does this too. Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed that. I had fun. If there's other resolutions that people want to dive into, like on another night or something, I'm down. We can check them out. But honestly, we're 2 hours into the stream. It's 8:30. I'm ready to fucking just have some fun. You guys want to just like do some fun shit?
The craziest prison escapes from around the world.
What do you think about that? Craziest prison escapes you've never heard of. You motherfuckers need to wear deodorant. Dude, I would love to be hanging out with BRG at this convention, man. It would be so funny. Thoughts on Film the Police using the C word?
He's gonna sit right in the middle of the street.
Yo, Bersilium, thank you for the gifted.
Hey, whoever's in control of that thing, get him out of the fucking street, clanker. Look, it's broke.
Damn, he dropped it.
Okay, it's just sitting there. Somebody's gonna try to make a turn. They can't get through. Move. It just broke down in the middle of the street. It's gonna cause an accident.
I think they're automated. I think they are probably like 70% of the time, but they definitely have a guy who's in Nebraska with like an Xbox controller that can get them out of like shitty situations.
This thing's replacing a human right here. Hey, you Byron, get the fuck out of the street. Get the fuck out of the street. Somebody hit it. I want somebody to hit him. I want you to be spilled all over the street. Hit him. Just fucking hit him. Make a left-hand turn real hard and hit him. Look at this blinking away. There you go. All that time you just sat there, you should. Oh man, you should have fucking hit him. Everybody had a chance to hit you. Look at you, so slow. You get on delivery, huh? What the fuck is your problem? You on that shit, aren't you? You on that shit, aren't you, Byron? Byron?
I love Will. I love Will.
The year is 2030, and you and the love of your life are looking out of the window of a luxury helicopter.
All right, we're gonna watch some fun shit. We're just gonna kind of hang out. The rest of the night, we're just chilling. All right, it's been a heavy week or two, even, you know. It's been a heavy one. I kind of wanted to just hang out, spend time with you. We can talk about whatever the fuck you want. You can talk about the video, whatever, you know. Let's just fucking chill. I got this first one. This has been on my playlist for literally months. And I don't know. Let's just fucking watch it. The craziest prison escapes you've never heard of. After that, we're going to do another Afghan Best Ever Future View Show video. Laugh at him for a little bit. We got some more travel videos. Drew Binsky in Pakistan during the India war. Yeah, so we got a bunch of stuff. Have you seen the latest Michael K video? I think we did. Yeah, I think we did. In Tibet, right?
At the beautiful landscape of southern France. Doesn't that just sound like the best vacation ever and a dream come true? Now imagine this. Swap luxury helicopter for old hijacked helicopter, swap the love of your life for one of your co-conspirators, and swap helicopter tour with prison escape. And while you're still in the south of France, you're in a much different situation. And this situation is one of the craziest French prison escapes ever. Our story begins on July 7th, 1963, when our protagonist Pascal Payet was born. And while Pascal had a relatively normal childhood in the south of France, it wasn't long before he started his criminal career and lived a life that was anything but normal. In 1988, at the ripe age of 25, Pascal was convicted of his first crime, aggravated assault. And only 5 years later, in 1993, he was once again convicted of conspiracy. But it wasn't until 4 years after that, on November 20th, 1997, when Pascal's story truly began. Pascal and a group of other French criminals planned and executed an attack on an armored vehicle for the Bank of France. The robbery of this armored vehicle was anything but smooth, and during the robbery, one of the guards of this vehicle was killed. turning a robbery case into a murder case and beyond. Pascal and his associates were able to leave the scene of the crime successfully that day, but they weren't free for long, because in 1999, Pascal, along with his associate Eric Alborio, were found and arrested in Paris. I want to emphasize, all of this is horrible, and he definitely deserves to be in jail, but it's crazy that already this guy is literally living like it's GTA France. But if you think the actions that got Pascal into jail were GTA-esque, just wait until I tell you how he got out of jail. It is January 1999, and Pascal has just arrived in Lithuania. He sees a structure begin to appear outside of the prison bus window. This is a maximum security French prison.
All right, I'm back.
And it has existed for over 2 centuries, seeing over the years the
Pascal Payet.
Craziest list of almost any criminal you could imagine. The history of this place alone is insane. And with centuries to refine their techniques, they were no amateurs.
We love prison break stories because it reminds us that resistance never ends. Okay, they can lock you in a cage, but they cannot stop you from resisting. They cannot stop the human ingenuity from breaking out of these fucking cages.
When it came to holding and punishing criminals. This prison was built and rebuilt numerous times throughout the last 2 centuries, and its most recent iteration was regarded as one of the most technologically advanced prisons in all of France, and it was considered escape-proof. And if you watched our first video about prison escapes, then you know that escape-proof prisons are not a title, they're a challenge. And to Pascal, that challenge seemed enticing. As Pascal...
Yeah, humans want to be free naturally, right? Isn't it like in some places, it's like not against the law to try to escape prison because it's like they consider it so much of a natural human instinct? In Germany only?
Walked into his cell and sat on his bed. The guards uncuff his ankles and wrists, slam the door behind them, and Pascal is now officially in his new, all-expenses-paid home in the south of France. And the timer has officially begun. To the French government, the timer is counting down the amount of days that Pascal has left to serve. However, in Pascal's brain, a different timer has begun. The timer to plan an escape. And while Pascal had 30 years to sit and think about his plan, it only took him 2 years to theorize and execute his grand escape. Or escape.
Damn, yeah, they got a mini fridge in there,
I should say. But quickly, a word from today's sponsor. Have you ever caught yourself reaching out for a bad habit without even thinking about it? Maybe it's out of boredom. And over this time, coordinating strategically with one man on the outside, a man named Frederick Impoko. And together, they put together a plan to quickly and easily take Pascal out of this prison. And today was the day they executed the plan. The plan began with Impoko hijacking a helicopter and flying it over top of the prison. The helicopter then quickly landed in a designated part of the courtyard where Pascal would enter the helicopter and the two would fly away into freedom.
What?
Although the plan didn't go that smoothly, because although they both got away successfully out of the jail, only 6 days later, Impoko was detained and taken in for questioning. But while Impoko was now behind bars, Pascal was a free man once again. But unfortunately, he still needed to make a living now that he was on the outside. And he dove right back into the only
thanks, Damon.
Career he knew, stealing. And for 2 years, while on the run, Pascal would rob small-time jewelry stores and live off the profits from his heists.
We were all in prison from March 20th to March 2021. Bro, what do you don't really believe this? Like, you remember you could go outside, right? Brother, they burned down police stations during this time. People were hella outside all the time. That's not prison.
But after
Just kidding, Cinny. Yeah, I could tell.
Those 2 years, he must have began to get lonely, or maybe he felt bad for leaving his associates behind. Because on April 14th, 2003, Pascal decided that being free alone wasn't good enough, and he wanted to free some of his friends as well. And that is
He said nobody's free until everybody's free. Wait, that's fucking awesome.
Is exactly what he did. Pascal once again organized a helicopter escape from the exact same prison that he escaped from 2 years earlier. This time, he was already free, and he was now freeing 3 other men. The same men that were involved in the bank truck heist in 1997. And once again, a helicopter was hijacked, flown over top of the prison, quickly landing to pick up the criminals, and then flying off into the sunset. But once again, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, because this time, it wasn't just one of the men that were caught. 3 weeks after this second helicopter prison escape, all of the men were caught. There's absolutely no question that Pascal is a bad man, but he's definitely a good friend to his fellow criminals, proving...
Whoa, and can we ever get like a channel like this that's not just gonna fucking his fellow criminals? Those are his friends, dude. What do you gotta... I hate that word.
that maybe there is honor among thieves after all. Interestingly, while imprisoned, once again, Pascal decided to take another approach. And instead of planning another escape, he decided to write a blog post. A blog post.
Oh, shit. Uh-oh. He said, I don't need a helicopter. All I need is AO3.
Specifically about the mistreatment he was experiencing in the French prison system. He complained that the conditions he was experiencing was poor, and he was also complaining of being transferred so many times, specifically being transferred 9 times in 30 months. And in combination with this letter, he also went on a hunger strike in one of these prisons because he didn't want to be moved again. These attempts were unsuccessful, but they, happened. At this point...
Oh, chat, there's actually 2 different films that I've been keeping in the back of my mind for movie night that have to deal with hunger strikes, and I might try to play them together, but one of them is definitely not safe for stream. No matter how much I edit it, I would never want to show it on stream. I think we might need to do a Discord movie night soon. And I know I kind of hate doing those too, but I think it'd be better than nothing. One of them is Hunger. I don't know if you've seen Hunger. It's probably my favorite movie of all time. Hunger is probably my favorite movie of all time. Early Steve McQueen. Michael Fassbender plays Bobby Sands. Yeah. It's really fucking good. It's really good. One of my top 3 for sure. Yeah, you do see Fassbender. There's a lot of pee-pee in it. There's a lot of cock in that movie, unfortunately. And also a lot of violence and I'm usually fine if there's movie violence, but this is some of the most visceral state prison violence that you will see in a film. It's pretty brutal. I wouldn't want to show it. Yeah. So maybe we'll do that one on Discord. I'm also I reached out and also maybe, I don't know, does anybody in here by chance work for PBS? I reached out to PBS to try to get permission and maybe organize a fundraiser, a PBS Independent Lens fundraiser, so that I could show this movie called The Strike, which is about a hunger strike in California. It's a documentary about a hunger strike that took off in California prison system, where 30,000 people, 30,000 prisoners in California were on a hunger strike at the same time. I really, really want to watch both of those movies, but I want to get permission from PBS because this just came out. Even though it's you can watch it on their website, I think it's something where, I don't know. I think as I get bigger, I want to do more, actual collaborations with filmmakers than just showing shit without concern. I think that's the way that the movie nights develop, is we actually reach out to them and convince them this is in their interest. And I think it is. Screeners and Q&As. And I've already done this, to be clear. I've done this for many documentaries that we've shown. A lot of the stuff we've shown, I have gotten permission. I've brought the filmmakers on for Q&A. I would say most of them, but obviously some of them Escape from New York. Yeah. Yeah, Films for Gaza entirely, the whole time we were directly in conversation with Gazan filmmakers and Palestinian filmmakers in the diaspora, and yeah, that was a core part of that project. So
Pascal is behind bars for good, right? He was able to coordinate 2 separate helicopter escapes, and at this point, he is now serving so much time behind bars. Seriously, after all...
I had some questions. I'll watch the VOD. Yeah, we didn't go through every single resolution. We just went through the ones that I thought were interesting. But yeah, I think it was a good VOD. I know a lot about DSA, actually.
All of the dust had settled, Pascal was facing 30 years for the murder that happened on the truck in 1997, 6 years for the jailbreak that happened in 2001, 7 years for busting his friends out in 2003, and now he's resorted to writing blog posts and not eating. So now he's not only mentally given up, but also physically frail. There's no way that he's, going to have any other escapes, right? And the answer is, of course not. By the time that July 2007 rolled around, Pascal was one of the most closely monitored prisoners in all of France, and for good reason. And what that looked like was
Oh yeah, sneaky. Some of them are kind of confusing, and we had to like really look into them to understand what was actually happening,
consistent surveillance by guards and also being placed permanently in solitary confinement. In combination with both of those measures, Pascal was also moved every 6 months to new prisons so that he couldn't formulate a plan for too long, which also ironically
I'll take it out of the title
transfer frequency, something he was trying to get reduced with his hunger strike and letter. Regardless, even with all of these measures in place, Pascal still had a bit more fight in him. And on July 14th, 2007, on Bastille Day, a national holiday in France, Pascal made his final escape. If you're unfamiliar with Bastille Day, imagine the 4th of July, but in France. Fireworks, food, friends, family, just a lot of festive things. And while many see this as an opportunity to relax, Pascal saw this as an opportunity to get to work. And work he did. Because while all of the festivities were happening outside and law enforcement were busy with all of the festivities happening, 4 men in ski masks were quickly approaching a French airport to once again hijack a helicopter. These men were...
Dude, what the fuck? They found the hack. They were like, listen, you get 5 stars if you fly over the prison, but it's really easy to escape.
Successful. They kidnapped a pilot, hijacked the helicopter, and forced this pilot to fly over the prison that Pascal was currently in. The helicopter once again landed in the prison. The men went...
Also, like, god damn, bro. These guys got friends, man. I don't think I've ever had a friend. If this is what friendship is, have I ever had a friend before? Holy fuck. I don't know. I've never met anyone who would fly a helicopter into prison for me. Jeez.
Went into the prison and freed Pascal from his solitary confinement, and in only 5 minutes after arriving, the helicopter was flying out of the jail. The criminals forced the pilot to fly 40 kilometers northeast to a location on the Mediterranean coast, where they had the pilot land the helicopter, and the pilot and the helicopter were free. And unfortunately, so was Pascal Payet. 2 days after this escape took place, a Europe-wide arrest warrant was placed against Pascal Payet, and even still, it took over 2 months for Pascal to be caught. However, on September 21st, 2007...
You gotta start organizing? True. I gotta start organizing with helicopter pilots. My keyboard. DSA resolution for organizing helicopter pilots. Whereas United States prisons have absolutely no form of air defense, whereas most of us will likely be in prison in the next 2 or 3 years. Therefore, let it be resolved that helicopter pilots are essential to the struggle for socialism.
In a suburb of Barcelona,
and a new committee must be formed immediately.
Spain, Pascal was caught and once again put into French custody, where he remains to this very day. This story is almost picture perfect and kind of has everything you want. A beautiful...
Ooh, that's a Fern one? Wait, is it the same story?
July?
Okay, we'll watch this. Actually, after this story wraps here, this video kind of sucks. Fern is actually good.
Full European landscape, helicopters, crime, suspense, helicopters, friendship. It's really got it all, and I knew for that reason I had to make it the first entry on this list. Because seriously, how do you have 3 consecutive prison escapes all involving hijacked helicopters? Like, if nothing else, you've got to admit that this guy is consistent. Pascal found his method and just worked it till he couldn't anymore. What I find crazy is now, after the 3rd successful helicopter escape, the police have decided that they're going to make the location of Pascal private for security reasons, obviously to avoid a 4th helicopter escape, which I think is logical and possibly a bit, late, but I guess still worth doing. But yeah, it's just crazy to think that there's a good chance that Pascal could have been a free man after his first successful successful helicopter escape. At the time, he was behind bars and facing 30 years for a murder that took place in 1997, but decided that even though he was free, he wanted to go back and help his 3 friends escape as well, which is something I really wish I knew the motivation behind, but I guess that is kind of up to speculation. He could have freed his friends because, you know, he wanted his friends to have the same freedom as him, or maybe because he was, you know, as a free man still living a life of crime, he wanted his crime friends back so he could, you know, have more people to commit crime with. It's really up in the air on his motivation, but regardless, he did it. And now, as of today, his laundry list of charges goes as follows: 30 years for the murder, 6 years for jailbreak 1, 7 years for jailbreak 2, 5
Oh, damn.
years for jailbreak 3, and
wait, why did he get 5? Why were these different? I wonder what the extenuating circumstances were that dropped 2 years after his 3rd jailbreak.
On top of all of these, an additional 15 years for all of the robberies that took place while he was a free man. At that point, he would have been better off just serving his initial 30 years. But I guess the moral of the story here is crime never pays. Now, what do you get when you mix 2 charming, intelligent, cold-blooded killers, a lonely, vulnerable prison employee, and paper-thin prison walls? Well,
okay, we don't care. We're gonna check this one out. Oh, one thing I just thought about while watching that is I was seeing like pictures and obviously watching a San stream today. DSA is not requiring masks at their convention. What's going on with that? That's kind of really bad. That's actually like the National Political Committee voted on it too. What? Really? Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, I mean, look at all these pictures. Like, there's nobody masked. You know? That's kind of crazy. Not if you ask Mike from PA. Are you just trying to start drama or some shit? What is that? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Delete. I don't give a fuck about that. Funny thing, DSA delegates voted against mandating masks today. Wait, they did a vote today about masks? And it was full delegate vote and people voted against it. Oh my God. That's really shitty. That's pretty shitty. And it's also like, I don't know, we just had socialism. A full leftist conference. It was enforced masking. You had to mask. And it wasn't a fucking problem. It literally wasn't a problem. It wasn't a issue. No, I didn't see anybody complaining. It didn't bother me any. I don't know. That's just, I don't know. I feel like they might, like, what, man, I would have loved to hear the arguments around that. There's just so many good reasons for it. There's so many good reasons for it. There's so many.
July 1st, 2018, 9:20 a.m. A high-security prison.
That's disappointing.
South of Paris, one of the largest, most modern, and most secure detention centers in France. Hundreds of guards, massive 17-foot walls lined with barbed wire, and armored doors.
The vote was 459 to 493. It was really close. Damn. That is really close. That sucks. What's that, like a 10-point difference or something?
Doors. The courtyards are covered with anti-helicopter netting. On all 4 watchtowers, snipers with assault rifles stand ready. In solitary confinement cell 207, inmate number 00-10189 waits to be escorted to a visiting room. He is the most heavily guarded.
Closer to 30. No. I said points, like percentage-wise. It'd be even less. Right? It'd be like 5%.
Prisoner in the country. He was involved in at least 30 robberies, some including hostages, one involving a cash in transit heist that led to the death of a police officer. Twice, he slipped away from the police right at the scene of the crime. And 5 years ago, in 2013, he pulled off a spectacular escape from another high-security prison, using a smuggled gun and explosives to blast his way out.
Hell yeah.
2 guards unlock his cell to pat him down.
Wait, oh shit, I totally forgot. I downloaded a escape prison simulator. Prison escape simulator. We could play that later.
They do find something suspicious, but it's just a pack of gum. The guards like him, despite his staggering record of high-stakes crimes. He's easygoing, funny, and likable. It's almost like he's perfectly comfortable here, behind bars.
Does it allow helicopters?
Away,
I'm not sure.
65-year-old flight instructor,
That might be paid DLC.
Stefan Bai.
It's a 3.5 point difference. Yeah, that's really fucking unfortunate. That sucks. It's just disappointing that that's where the left is. That I don't know. There's just so many good arguments. Like, there's so many good arguments. Anonymity, like asserting it in a moment in which the state is repressing mask wearing, like, you know. Wait, okay, yeah. Again, I don't care, but let's just not talk about it.
Welcomes 2 new students, Frederic and Julien, father and son.
Yeah, obviously, with solidarity with disabled people, obviously. But like, even outside of that, like, there's just, because like we've talked about this on the stream before, but whenever we're in a moment in which anti-masking like laws are being put in the books, people being arrested for masking, like, this is happening already, and only around protests. Okay, and so, like, I don't know. I think we should normalize wearing masks because it's the right thing to do for your community, but also, like, normalize wearing them outside of protests, because if masks become this image of protest, and we should wear masks at protests. I'm not saying don't wear masks at a protest. I'm saying wear masks everywhere else too. Because if it's not normalized everywhere else and it's only worn at protests, they're definitely going to ban that, and that is going to absolutely fuck disabled people across the country, and not even just disabled people. It'll create new disabled people. Like, COVID is a mass disabling event, you know? You will be disabled because you can't mask up. Like, yeah.
They're both hyped.
Shouldn't it be assumed that the police/government are tracking the people who are going to these DSA meetings? It seems like a hotspot for surveillance. Anonymity is important. Yeah. It should be assumed that they are surveilling, but I don't know. Like, we should make it as hard as possible. For sure. Yeah.
For their flight. They say they just want to tag along and watch him fly, not pilot themselves, but they do request it to be on board the Alouette 2, a vintage collector's model from the 1950s. The pair have been marveling at it because it just looks so pretty. Something feels sketchy. Stefan will later recall that he thought they were wearing wigs. But hey, money is money, right? They pay 500 euros in cash up front. Back in jail, the prisoner is escorted to the visitors block for high-risk inmates. It's situated as far away from the prison entrance as possible. Prison management has been on edge for a while, noticing a change in the inmate's behavior. He's received more visits and seemed to be sending coded messages during phone calls. His casual vibe with the guards could be a tactic to extract useful intel.
Dude, already, like, the just constant surveillance. His behavior has changed. He's sending coded messages in his phone calls. I wonder why. Maybe it's because you're fucking listening to him.
A couple of days ago, a drone was spotted scouting the facility from above. Stefan is waiting for his students on an open field. He has landed on the clearing because they said they needed to stop to pee. They stepped out and disappeared behind some trees. When they return, they're armed. They claim to know his family and his home address. They say they have been watching him for months, and that their accomplices are waiting at his house as they speak. If he doesn't do exactly as they say, his family dies. They'll tell him where to fly next. On the visitor side of booth number 50, the inmate's older brother is waiting to see his sibling. He has no idea that his little brother is about to pull off the most spectacular prison break in French history.
Wait, this is the same story. It's okay because it's already better. We're getting more detail that it's the little brother who's orchestrating this. I get it. If it's your brother, I get it. I was like, who the fuck are these friends, man? Who the fuck are these friends?
The prisoner calmly waiting for his helicopter ride is Redouane Faïd.
We're just doing fun content now, gang. So this is the world's craziest prison escape. We watched another prison escape video. We're just kind of fucking around. Also down to talk about whatever.
His most infamous criminal. He's also a best-selling author, a movie buff and adrenaline junkie, and to many in France's immigrant suburbs, he's also a legend. But to understand all this, we need to go back to the beginning. 1978, a suburb near Paris. This is 6-year-old Redouane. He's still in kindergarten, browsing through a newly opened store with his brother, who's 2 years older than him. There's not a single thing in this shop the two could afford. Their parents are Algerian immigrants. The father works in a factory, the mother cleans houses. At home, the boys shared a cramped 3-room apartment with 9 other siblings. The social housing block is surrounded by wealthy suburbs, full of wealthy French kids. Redouane and his brother do not fit the mold, and the store detective makes sure they know it. He calls them Petite Merguez, a racial slur for Algerian immigrants.
Okay.
But other than that, he doesn't really pay attention to them. Out in the parking lot, the brothers divide up their haul. It's Redouane's first theft ever.
Yeah, thanks for saying it right.
A couple of weeks later, he gets caught. His parents are furious, and his father whips him 20 times with a belt. His mother makes him promise he will never steal again. Around this time, Redouane discovers the world of film, especially French crime thrillers and American gangster movies. He watches them on repeat, memorizes entire scenes, and acts them out at home for his family.
Say hello to my little friend. Everybody did that though, dude. Everybody did that. Not everybody became a fucking criminal mastermind.
By his teens, stealing isn't just survival anymore. It's a way of life. He and his friends swipe TVs, stereos, VCRs, car radios, and computers. They use the money to buy Adidas sneakers and flashy tracksuits.
Nice.
But more than anything, they go to the movies. Again and again. Then, at 18 years old, Redouane commits his first bank robbery. He walks in armed, holds the bank employee at gunpoint, and threatens her with a line straight from the French crime film, Marine. Shut up. Do what I tell you. I've got nothing against you. I only want the money. Think of your children. After the robbery, he simply goes back to school and studies for his high school exams. There's no one to scold him anymore at home.
You got away with it.
His father has moved back to Algeria, and his mother is dying of leukemia. He'll later write in his autobiography that, from that moment on, he stopped caring. Redouane Faïd's crimes are getting bigger, and they seem to be directly inspired by American action films. During a heist, he and his crew end up taking a bank director and his family hostage. They are wearing rubber masks with the faces of famous politicians, just like Patrick Swayze in Point Break. Redouane even delivers a line from the movie when they leave the scene.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and please don't forget to vote!
In another hostage situation...
Wait, your brother is a criminal mastermind?
Years later, Faïd and his men show up in sharp black suits in homage to Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs. They even adopt the thing with the color-coded aliases.
Mr. White, Mr. Blonde, Mr. Blue, Mr. Orange, Mr. Pink.
But this time the job goes sideways, and they have to flee from the cops.
I mean, the job has to go sideways. You guys, you named yourself after fucking Reservoir Dogs. What did you think was gonna... You can only name yourself after a movie where they get away with it. Like, what the hell?
Like in the movie. However, all these spectacular crimes still don't seem enough for Faïd. One of his all-time favorite gangster films is Michael Mann's Heat, and after watching it over and over again...
This movie is fucking great. This movie is so good.
He sets himself a new goal. The holy grail of robbery. Armored trucks.
Heat is amazing.
An industrial area on the outskirts of...
Also, Robert De Niro was like so fucking coked up that whole movie, and it's awesome. Or not De Niro. It was not De Niro. Who was it? That guy, the other guy. Al Pacino. Yes, Al Pacino.
Paris. Faid is behind the wheel of a Renault. He spots.
Yeah, she's got a great ass. Yeah, dude, his performance in that is just. He sometimes he just takes a line, and like, just absolutely fucking nails it. Like, you know, nobody else could do that. Him and Nicolas Cage have that thing where sometimes they'll just take a line that has no business being delivered in that way and just like absolutely fucking go ape shit with it. And it's awesome. It's great. I love it when actors do that stuff.
A 6-ton armored truck with 3 armed guards inside and slams his car straight into it. Within seconds, 2 more cars appear, blocking the truck from the
Interesting, yes sir.
5 men in hockey masks jump out, AK-47s in hand, just like in the movie Heat. They surround the truck, moving fast. One of them slaps an explosive-looking package onto the windshield. The guards step out and surrender. Faid and his crew start emptying the truck, but there's a problem. It's simply too much cash.
Isn't Al Pacino the one who does those Friends of the IDF fundraisers? I actually had no idea about that, but it could be true. I had no idea. Does he? The
money out takes way too long. After just 3 minutes, police are on the scene. Gunfire erupts. Faid takes a bullet to the shoulder. He does manage to escape with his crew, but he has lost blood on the crime scene. Now the police have his DNA and start to investigate his identity. And if they catch him, he's looking at 15 years behind bars. Stefan Bai and his 2 captors land for a second time. The hijackers have 2 more men waiting on the ground. They haul large black duffel bags into the helicopter. One of them climbs in, all dressed in black, hood pulled over his head.
Al Pacino's alive.
Stefan is held at gunpoint the entire time. Now he is ordered to take off again. He flips the ignition switches and presses the starter, but nothing happens. The kidnappers think he's trying to outsmart them and start freaking out. They beat and threaten him. If he doesn't do as they say, his family dies. Stefan manages to convince them that he really needs to step out to check the wiring. Finally, the engine roars back to life. They take off again. The hijackers are well prepared. The duffel bags are packed with tear gas, smoke grenades, masks, AK-47s, and an angle grinder. And so the heli thunders towards the high-security prison, where Redouane Faid is sitting calmly in visiting room 50, chatting away with his older brother. Hands down, this really is the kind of stuff you'd expect in a Hollywood blockbuster. But say you're in the US and can't stream this French crime thriller due to geo...
Dude, I didn't even realize this was a fucking... I didn't even realize. And the craziest thing about this is that, like, you can't even avoid the ad break by subscribing at the top of the hour for $5.99 or for free with a Twitch. If you enjoy the space and the education and the fun stuff we do on the channel, ooh, what a good way to support it, by subscribing to this channel. It helps. It helps me so much. I really appreciate it. We are not Hassan. You know, we don't got the big bucks. We're still relatively tiny, teeny, tiny. So your subs mean so much to me. Please sub.
Give it a try at cyberghostvpn.
Or maybe you could be gifted a sub. Did you know there are people who are enjoying this stream and just having to watch ads instead? Can you imagine how sad that would be? Maybe you could gift them a sub.
.com/Fern. Back to Redouane Faid in prison.
They not like us.
Yo, NP Sharky, thank you for the sub.
NP Sharky gifted a tier 1 subscription.
Zia Z, thank you for the prime. Mr. Perry, thank you for the tier 2. Let's go. Thank you.
Is this?
20 years earlier, the Movenpick Hotel in Basel. An employee enters a room to prepare it for the next guest. She has no idea she's not alone.
NP Sharky with another gifted thank you.
Redouane Faid has been hiding there for over 3 hours. Outside, the police are searching for him across the entire city. A few hours earlier, Faid was arrested on a train heading from Germany to France. German federal police took him into custody.
They not like us. They not like us.
They not like us.
abroad for months. But when the officers escort him off the train, he manages to break free. He runs straight across the tracks to shake the cops. A train roars in and blocks the officers from following. He jumps several meters down.
King Henry, thank you for the gifted.
And twists his ankle, so now he's limping. Somehow he makes it to the back entrance of the Move and Pick hotel and sneaks inside. He finds several open doors since the cleaning staff are still working. He needs to get out of here somehow. He thinks about calling a contact in Strasbourg, but he doesn't have a phone. So what now? There's a payphone right outside the hotel, but he also doesn't have any coins. He calmly approaches the receptionist to ask if she can give him some change for a bill. She places the coins in front of him, which leads to another problem. His hands are still cuffed. What if she notices and calls the police? Faid keeps it cool, acts like he's casually reading a promo poster behind the desk. The moment the receptionist turns away, he quickly scoops up the coins. The first call fails, and he disappears onto the hotel rooftop to hide for a couple of hours. He tries again, turns around, and finds himself surrounded by 20 police officers.
Whoa. How'd you guys get here?
The next day, Faid is at the hospital with 2 officers to have his ankle checked. He seems to be in serious pain, but that's just an act. In a fraction of a second, he drops his crutches and snatches a gun from one of the officers.
Wait, he Kaiser Sosa'd them? This guy's actually he's everyone we've been watching movies about all at the same time. He actually Kaiser Sosa'd these.
He trained in Krav Maga during his time in Israel, a super efficient military.
What? What? Wait, what?
Combat technique designed for fast defense and brutal disarmament. Before the second officer can react, Faid drives his elbow into his face. The officer drops and Faid takes his gun too. Then he runs as fast as he can for the second time in 24.
Is it hard to adjust Krav Maga? Because like when you're doing it against adults, I assume it like changes a lot, right? Because like it's designed to be used against children, right? So everything is like at your hip level. But does it even work against adults? Probably only like women, at least. You know, maybe they train for women too. Like
4 hours. You would think a guy like that would be watched extra closely in jail. At 11.
I just got here. Is this a true story? Yeah, it's true. Only against other Krav Maga. Only against other Krav Maga users. Yeah.
At 18 a.m., this prison guard hears a strange noise. A low hum or buzzing sound coming from outside. To her, it sounds like a leaf blower. Weird, she thinks. The gardeners are not supposed to work on Sundays. Well, it's not a leaf blower. But the facility is prepared for this. This sentinel...
They are? In what fucking way are you prepared for this? How do you prepare for this?
Receives an urgent order over the radio. Unseal. The same thing happens on other watchtowers.
Get the RPG. Get the RPG. Jeff. Or wait, it's in France. So Pierre, get the RPG. We got another helicopter.
Each one is equipped with a special case. The guard has to break the seal to open it. Inside is an HK G36 assault rifle. He grabs it and takes aim. The helicopter just keeps descending. The prison yards are covered with anti-helicopter netting. Flying in here would be a suicide mission.
Wait.
But this is not a random helicopter. It's a 60-year-old vintage model, just small enough to slip through this unsecured gap in the
What? Wait, these details weren't in the other video. This is crazy.
Last one of the prison yards. Also, this is not a regular...
Yeah, what up, Rawi?
In fact, they're not touching down at all. Redouan Faid must have known somehow.
Rawi, earlier tonight, I was telling them about what you said to me when you first saw me in person. Do you remember? Do you remember your first words to me when you said it in person? Or when you saw me in person? Ha ha ha, no. Or wait, is that no or no? Like you don't want me to talk about it? No. So sorry, that was a compliment. Oh. Yeah.
That prison guards are not allowed to shoot at a flying helicopter. There's a proper protocol for this. And maybe he also knew that Stéphane Baye is one of the few pilots in all of France who are skilled enough to pull this off.
Rawi looked at me once in broad daylight and said, "Wow, I can't. Your hair looks a lot grayer than it does on stream." He said, "Oh yeah, you do look old."
Keep this specific type of vintage heli steady enough while hovering above the ground. Investigators will later discover that Fayed had been writing letters to Stéphane's stepdaughter for 2 entire years. And this friendship was not Fayed's only connection to the outside world, because at this point, Redouane Fayed was already a star.
Like Sam Cedar, true.
October 2010, 12 years after his escape in Basel, 8 years before his helicopter prison break, Redouane Fayed sits in a French talk show.
Gangster, braqueur, voyou, voleur, appelez ça comme vous voulez, il revendique à peu près tous ces mots-là. Bonjour Redouane Fayed. Bonjour.
Wait, clarification on the Israel thing. Fayed spent 3 years on the run in Switzerland and Palestine before being arrested in 1998. In his autobiography, he claimed to have disguised himself as an Orthodox Jew and learned Hebrew while in Israel, and that he was taught firearm skills by an Israeli soldier. Interesting.
Les banques, vous en avez braqué combien en tout?
Alors, officiellement, j'en ai braqué qu'une, puisque j'étais condamné que pour une banque. On m'a soupçonné d'en avoir braqué une trentaine, mais bon, ça, c'est que des dires et des racontars.
He's a welcome guest at the time, a bit of a sensation even. Redouane Fayed has written a book about his cinematic crimes, so now he's making the rounds on French TV to promote it.
C'est terrible de dire ça, mais le cinéma a été pour moi un mode d'emploi pour braquer.
Et on voyait ça un petit peu, l'attaque de fourgon blindé en ligne de mire. Pourquoi? Parce que quand tu attaques un fourgon blindé, c'est le top des tops.
The caption on screen reads, former gangster. Well, not so long ago, he was anything but. In late 1998, 3 months after his escape in Basel, Fayed was caught and sentenced to 18 years in jail for armed robbery. He was granted parole for good behavior after just under 9 years. Now he presents himself.
Yeah, Cactus, I'm glad you... Dude, I'm so stoked that you were there. I'm stoked you were there. I was talking to you, to Arun about you too recently.
Man, as someone who has learned his lesson.
La vie de bandit, c'est que de la vie de merde. Vous savez, vous faites souffrir tout le monde. Quand vous allez en prison, c'est une sanction carrément qui est collective parce que votre famille, votre femme, vos enfants, vos frères, vos sœurs, vos parents, tout le monde paye.
He got married. His brother has landed him an office job. He appears to be taking it easy now. At one point, he attends a film event where Michael Mann is physically present, the director of Heat, the very film that inspired his biggest heist.
Whoa.
Moi, personnellement, je suis un ancien gangster. Malheureusement, je m'en vante pas. Je viens de faire une dizaine d'années de prison. J'ai attaqué
Wait, this is dope.
Des fourgons blindés, des bijouteries, des banques, monsieur Toubiana, je pense. Et je leur ai répondu que non. J'avais un conseiller technique, un prof de fac, une sorte de mentor. Il s'appelle Michael Mann. Alors, ma question, en fait, elle est simple. C'est est-ce qu'il a conscience qu'il y ait des gangsters qui puissent s'inspirer de son cinéma? Parce que moi, ça m'est arrivé.
Fayed addresses Mann directly. Michael Mann looks amused, but also a bit uncomfortable. He doesn't know what to say.
Thank you for that. I don't know how to respond.
In another talk show stint, Fayed is asked if he thinks he could ever relapse.
Ah non, moi mes démons, vous savez, ils sont morts, ils sont pas endormis.
That's a bold-faced lie, because at this point, he's already back to committing crimes. And not just petty theft, but a crime so shocking it will shake the entire country. May 20th, 2010, Créteil, a suburb southeast of downtown Paris. 2 officers are on routine patrol, Cherry M and his partner Aurélie Fouquet.
Cherry M?
Is 26 years old. She became a mother just a year ago. For them, it's just another day on the job. But then they get a call from the National Police. They're told to head to the A4 highway exit. Some criminals are on the run in a white van. They pull up at an intersection with flashing lights and blaring sirens. They have no idea what they're about to get into. These men had a plan.
Who is this? I'm tuning in late as some Algerian guy in France who's like a criminal mastermind. He was doing like insane bank heists, broke out of prison,
to rob an armored cash truck carrying 16 million euros. But 30 minutes ago, a routine traffic stop turned their heist into a high-speed, all-out chase with the police. Now, they've crashed and need a new getaway car. But at that exact moment, the two patrol officers arrive. The gang doesn't hesitate to open fire.
Oh shit.
The windshield of the patrol car alone is pierced by 16 bullets. Fouquet is hit multiple times. The gunmen flee. Fouquet is rushed to the hospital. And by the end of the day, she is dead. The murder of Aurélie Fouquet sends shockwaves throughout the entire country. At her funeral, thousands of police officers stand in mourning. Among them is French President Nicolas Sarkozy. He posthumously awards her a Medal of Honor and delivers a promise. He will do everything it takes to find out who did it.
Les meurtriers d'Aurélie Fouquet.
Classic, dude. The state has never seen a dead cop that they wouldn't exploit to reinforce their own power and to make the population more scared of each other.
Et, je le dis devant son cercueil, seront punis avec la sévérité qu'exige l'ignominie de leur crime.
Redouane Faïd feels safe. So safe he keeps telling his gangster stories on camera. Here he is in a documentary. The film recounts how Fouquet was gunned down, and then Redouane Faïd appears, not as a suspect, not as a fugitive, but as an expert on this kind of heist.
Yo, he fucking had a camera crew interview him about the murder that he did. Chat, don't fucking, when we say shut the fuck up Friday, it means shut the fuck up. It's Friday.
At the time, the filmmakers had no idea that the man sitting in front of them had a part in the killing of Aurélie Fouquet. The failed attack on the armored cash truck has Faïd's signature all over it, but he has an airtight alibi, and he swears he was not involved. But investigators keep digging and eventually find compelling surveillance footage. A security camera has caught Faïd inside the white van used by the criminals. Faïd was not on the scene when the shots were fired, but police gather enough evidence to pin him down as the mastermind behind the operation. After 1 year on the run, Faïd is captured. Again, and he goes straight back to prison.
Wait, they didn't even catch him until a year later.
Whether you're invited to a talk show, many conducted for code FERN at checkout to... Two inmates are taking out the trash, accompanied by a prison guard. Suddenly, they see a helicopter in the courtyard next to them. They wonder if it could be firefighters. The unarmed warden bolts into a nearby office, hiding behind bulletproof glass. Meanwhile, the two prisoners are about to witness Redouane Faïd's spectacular prison escape up close. One of the three men stays with Stéphane, the pilot, and continues to press a gun to his head. The other two jump out. They are masked and wearing bulletproof vests beneath their clothes. Each of them carries an AK-47. They've just landed in the honored courtyard. Prisoners do not have access here. It's only used when inmates enter or leave the facility. That's why nobody thought anti-helicopter cables were needed here. The man in green runs towards a reinforced white door. He carries an angle grinder with a 14-inch 35cm blade. His partner sets off 3 smoke grenades, releasing thick white smoke. The helicopter's spinning blades churn it into a roaring chaos, until the entire courtyard is engulfed. A complete whiteout. The sound of the cutting angle screeches through the entire prison. Faïd knows what that means. It's time. By now, it's clear to everyone that nobody here is blowing leaves. The blade of the grinder slices through the locking doors. Clean, precise. 40 seconds is all it takes. The man in green can just push the door open and step inside. The guards slowly realize what's happening, but they're not carrying firearms and are unable to interfere. One of them sticks to protocol and calls the Civil Aviation Authority. They don't understand what's happening. Another calls the standard line for police emergencies and gets put on hold. A third contacts the local police, but the officer on the other end thinks it's a prank. The sentinels on the 4 watchtowers are the only ones carrying firearms. But
he thinks it's a prank, and they've already helped him escape this exact way before. Like, what do you mean you think it's a prank? They did it already. They've already gotten him out like this.
They can't see the helicopter because their view is blocked by other buildings. and they're not allowed to fire at a flying aircraft anyway. Total, utter chaos. By now, Fayid's brother knows exactly what's going on. He's furious. He thought his brother was ready to change. And now this, another escape. He just can't help himself. Fayid's accomplice has already cut his way through several locks, and now he has reached the door to visiting room 50, where Redouane Fayid is waiting. The angle grinder slices through the metal. The door is open. Fayid has been waiting for this. He storms out and rushes down a long corridor, followed by the man in green. His brother is left behind, frozen and stunned. At 11:28 a.m., Redouane Fayid steps into the prison courtyard. 10 minutes after the helicopter got there, he sees the 2 inmates that have taken.
Dude, I love that there's like no guards. All of the guards are like, yo, I ain't trying to fucking die for this shit ass job. You can have him, dude. I'm not trying to get a bullet for that guy. You can have him.
Out the trash, brings his right hand to his temple and gives them an Air Force salute. Then he climbs into the helicopter. Dozens of inmates stand pressed against the bars of their cells to watch. As the helicopter lifts off, the entire prison erupts into applause. It's almost like a movie scene.
That's fucking cool.
Gangster who broke out of jail by hijacking a helicopter.
A notorious gangster is on the run again.
Criminal who is a big movie fan. He has broken out of prison twice
and
now.
You can just about make out the helicopter flying off into the distance.
Multiple armed men who hijacked a helicopter
which picked up Redouane Fayid from within the prison grounds.
The news of Redouane Fayid's prison break spreads across the world. He was already famous, a TV figure, the center of a cult-like hype. But this is a whole new level. A well-known French actress writes on...
Oh my god. Wait, did you see that article? BBC, Redouane Fayid case. French gangster evaded police in burqa. Of course they take this to make some, like, we have to ban burqas argument. Of fucking course.
But this is a whole new level. A well-known French actress writes on social media, "Bravo, Redouane Fayid. All of France is with you." The French police declare him the country's most wanted man. 3 months later, the authorities track him down, hiding in an apartment in his hometown, Cailles. He's been disguising himself under a burqa during public outings. When he finally stands trial in 2020, authorities take extreme security measures, including a no-fly zone above the courthouse.
How are they enforcing that? Do they have fucking Apache helicopters or like fighter jets flying over the court case like that?
The court cites a psychiatric assessment describing him as a social predator and gifted at manipulation. He uses his charm and intelligence to control others and get what he wants. Fayid himself says that for him, it was always about the adrenaline. He says he is addicted to it and calls himself a sick man. His Hollywood-style heists made headlines worldwide, but he also made his family suffer, traumatized hostages, and caused the death of a 26-year-old police officer. Fayid stood 2 separate trials. For his heists, his role in Aurélien Fouquet's death, and his 2 escapes from prison. He was sentenced to a total of 39 years in jail. His lawyer says he's been held in solitary confinement since 2019. He is strip-searched up to 5 times a day at random intervals. At least 4 guards escort him to each and every one of his phone calls.
That sounds like torture.
And even then, his hands have to remain in shackles. Fayid himself says he feels like he's been buried alive. His earliest possible release date is 2060. He would be 88 years old by then.
Free my man. Free my man, bro. All he ever wanted to be was free, dude. You can't question. You can't. Free my man. Free that guy, dude. Free him.
Afternoon, sir. Are you Ray Shoesmith?
I don't answer questions. Can I help you?
We're looking for a Ray Shoesmith. Does he live here?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, is there somebody here who can answer questions?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, I don't really know how to respond to that, sir.
We just spoke to a woman by the name of Petra Jenkins. She says you threatened her and tried to menace her.
Did she?
Yeah. You got anything you want to say about that?
I don't answer questions.
Would you mind telling us why?
I don't answer questions.
Okay.
See ya.
Come back later.
See ya.
Friendly chat.
It's just weird.
Simple as, chat. Simple as, bro.
So far, we've survived.
Okay. We have watched a few. I'm going to catch you guys up on this, okay? Best ever food review show. It's a food and travel channel. I used to work for this guy for like a year and a half. I helped build this channel into the one you see now. I obviously no longer work for them. I haven't for almost 7 years, 6 years now. But he went to Afghanistan and clearly like overdosed on Fox News right before he went. Like he is terrified of everything there. It's a very, very big departure from a lot of the stuff I've seen from the show. It's a big departure from every other Afghan travel video that I've ever watched. Like every single Afghan travel video I've ever watched is literally them being like, it's incredible to be here. I love Afghanistan. Like what an incredible, beautiful culture. And he's just like, everyone's trying to kill me and chop my head off and shit. And it's like so cringe. Just to give you an idea, okay? Just so we are all on the same page and getting into this. We haven't watched this one yet. He publishes like 6 or 7 episodes from a country when he goes to a country.
So far, we've survived 4 days in Afghanistan's capital city of Kabul. But now,
like survived. Why did you have to say that?
We have a new target, Jalalabad. 4 hours by car, terrible road conditions, and Taliban checkpoints every few miles.
Right now we're going through a checkpoint.
But don't worry, we're going there for a good reason. Food.
5 million people survive in Kabul every day. Yeah. Shock and fear for clicks. I mean, I definitely think there's a part of that in like the title and everything. But I also think he's actually scared. I actually think it's actually sadder. I think he's genuinely scared and he's freaked himself out and put himself into this like weird mindset where he cannot trust anyone and he thinks people are out to get him. Like, I think it's actually sadder.
As soon as the sun lights the sky, we're en route to our destination, aiming to arrive.
Wait, also, did you guys catch that?
As soon as the sun lights the sky.
Attack. Look at this. Is it like an energy drink or something? With the big fist? The Hulk fist?
We're en route to our destination, aiming to arrive before dusk. No time for breakfast. Just getting out of Kabul fast. If we're lucky, we'll slow roll through the many coming checkpoints like this one. If we're not lucky, we get stopped.
This is a checkpoint?
Passports handed over, and everything searched thoroughly. Jalalabad isn't Kabul. You go there because this is the only place you'll find fat, dripping chapli kebabs, or karahi, stirred in deep, red-hot cooking pots. And that, I hope, makes this journey worth the risk.
Dude, look outside your fucking window. Brother, look how gorgeous this land is, man.
Cooking pots. And that, I hope,
oh man,
makes this journey worth.
He always gave me the vibe of being anti-Arab / Muslim. I know you worked with him, so you actually know him, but his Egypt video gave me the ick. I don't know. Yeah, I also like, I know other people that aren't him that were on that trip, and the Egypt video was particularly a hard trip for them. It sounds like, it really sounds like that was like a really, really hard trip. Like, so I don't know. But I mean, he went on Rogan like a year and a half ago, so.
The risk.
As beautiful as it is here, we have now entered the most dangerous part of this road. And it's dangerous because of that. Mudslides and rock slides coming down, hitting automobiles. There are giant stones in the street.
This is Tonga Garu, a narrow cut through the Hindu Kush Mountains.
Wow.
The road hugs the rock like it's barely
Okay, that's gorgeous.
welcome. On one side, a cliff wall. On the other, nothing. Here, beauty and danger ride side by side.
Can't trust a man 'cause he'll just let you down.
Convoys of colorfully painted trucks tilt around hairpin bends with inches to spare.
Dust we shall return.
Right now we've hit a bottleneck in the middle of this mountain pass, but take a look at this car in front of me.
Yeah, cactus.
Mobile. Talk about a chicken coupe de ville.
Wash me in the water and I'll never go back. Even when I'm walking through dayland.
From Kabul to Jalalabad.
Yo, thank you so much. Appreciate the 7 months, Sir Timo.
The mountains are low on my list of concerns.
All right, I'm coming up on another checkpoint. There's a truck.
Also, like, something I'm looking for here is him to actually, like, spend time with an Afghani person. It's, like, been very weird this whole trip. He's there with an Iranian guy and, like, doesn't seem to interact with Afghani people hardly at all.
Full of guys with guns.
Here, each checkpoint offers a nauseating dose of uncertainty. And just as you roll through one,
another checkpoint, no issue.
It feels the next starts to come into view.
I also like you keep doing this where you're like, dun 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 dun, we're approaching a checkpoint, and then you're like, yeah, they just let us go for free. Like nothing, no problem. No problem. It was fine.
We've already gone through at least 10 different checkpoints.
As an outsider from the US, even with a proper shooting permit, there is no guarantee of safety. Tourists have been held before, sometimes for years, and some were never told why. So, it goes without saying that
they were all food bloggers. They were all food bloggers.
Filming at checkpoints is out of the question. But really, what's the fun in traveling through Taliban territory if you're not going to document it?
We just made it through another checkpoint, absolutely in the middle of nowhere. You really take it for granted in the USA that you could just drive from New York to LA with no issue. But in countries like this, like when I was in Egypt, there's checkpoints everywhere. Sometimes they tell you to turn around. And here in Afghanistan, it's not much better. That said,
yeah, I was going to comment quinoa. Like, yeah. You can just drive from LA to another place with no issue. You can. Maybe you can.
So far, people just ask us a couple questions and we proceed. No issue. But it's always like that. There's no issue until it's an issue. Are we approaching a checkpoint?
My camera is ready.
I'll be right back.
I rehearse my answers before they're asked and remind myself to act normal. Anything to not raise suspicion.
Salam.
We've just been given the signal.
Wanted to pull over? Oh boy.
This checkpoint is different from the others. More men, more uniforms, more rifles.
Hello.
A bearded Taliban soldier asks for my passport.
Passport.
I hear him go back and forth with my producer, the one from Iran. But I don't know what they're saying. Their tone could be good or it could be bad.
What's your name?
William.
Suddenly, the door cracks. They want us outside. I'm dying for a translation. But maybe something sensitive is going on. I should just be quiet, breathe, and keep my cool. I'm sure if there's something that I need to know, it will be told to me when I need to know it. But maybe the Taliban just saw my f***ing GoPro clearly pointing out the window. Because if that happens, if they see it, If they review it, and if they know that I'm filming at a checkpoint, well, it doesn't matter about any permit, because at that point, and this has been made abundantly clear to me by my local producer, if they see that I've filmed anything that resembles a military installation, well then I am 100% undeniably absolutely f***ed.
And he's fine. And he's totally fine.
All right, if I'm being honest, I'm kind of pissing myself right now.
Yeah, we can tell, dude. Yeah, we know. We can tell. We can tell. You didn't have to let us know. We actually already were aware.
Whew. We just pulled up to a checkpoint. They told us to pull over. There's like 7 guys there. They're all kitted out. They got like 2 rifles each and like 6 clips each. And they asked for my passport. I didn't know what's gonna happen. And then they go, yeah, let's take some pictures together.
Just like that, the air shifts. The same men who approached us with suspicion now stand beside us, cracking smiles, posing for photos with their rifles pushed just out of view. This country plays tricks with your mind, but it's on you to keep your mind in check.
Bro, what? Dude, you are losing it. Oh my God. This country plays tricks with your mind?
The same men who approached us with suspicion now stand beside us, cracking smiles, posing for photos with their rifles pushed just out of view. This country plays tricks with your mind.
Bro, like he's like, they almost seem human. In a way, they kind of feel like they're even human.
But it's on you to keep your mind in check.
I mean, what was that?
He's got this like fucking weird warrior mentality. Like he is an actual like soldier. He's just adopting the mentality of every American soldier who has gone to this area.
You tell me. They get a bit skeptical in the beginning, like, who are you, what is in my country? But when you talk with them, they seem quite relaxed. And we talk each other. So.
Yeah, super nice, I guess. Considering they could, you know, shoot us in the head at any moment. All right, good times. Almost there.
Like, what are you talking about? Was he anything like this when you knew him? No, he would never say it. No. This is unique.
Welcome to Jalalabad. You're about to see something completely unprecedented. It's one of the reasons we drove all the way to the city. This is why I risk the lives of my camera guys.
Welcome to Adam Khan Chapli Kebab. This absolute specimen of a man is Adam. Chapli kebab is a flat pan-fried kebab that comes from the Pashtun regions of Afghanistan and Pakistan. It's typically made with minced beef or lamb, but it's also mixed with tomatoes and green chilies. Then it's amped up with crushed coriander seeds, onions, garlic, and fresh herbs. All of it gets deep fried in hot oil until the edges crisp and the
hell yeah.
Skin.
We're finally 7.5 minutes in. 7.5 minutes of just like xenophobic propaganda about how dangerous this is. Even though they're in no actual danger, they've been released and treated with friendly smiles and hugs and selfies the entire time. You know, finally we get some food, yeah.
And if you're like me, you'll opt for what I call Adam's creation.
This is a 3-pound kebab. It's so big it has its own zip code. And so does this guy.
His special kebab starts with eggs, cracked straight into the hot oil. Then they're mashed into the kebab meat mixture along with olives, cheese chunks, and of course, more meat. After being mixed and shaped by hand, these massive protein discs enter the sizzling station.
This is a monster. It's full of cheese, it's got olives, tomatoes, and fried eggs. It's gonna take a long time to make that.
That looks so good.
Well done. Maybe do some elbows. Boom. When I hear kebab, I usually think of a piece of meat on a skewer, but this is a beautiful creation. It's like God created Adam and Adam created this right here. So before we build our way up to this, let's start with the typical chapli kebab. I'm gonna just break it in half. And I'm told you're supposed to take a local traditional bread, grab a piece, and then you start to break off the meat. Let's give it a shot. Oh, that's satisfying. Crunchy on the outside, insanely soft, juicy on the inside, and full of spices. The next thing you're supposed to do is give it a little bit of a dip in the sauce right here. This is yogurt mixed with chilies and coriander. Oh yeah. Woo, fresh and spicy. The only thing that can cool me down.
That's something I learned about this, is that Afghan food is like spicy. I actually didn't know that. I feel like most Middle Eastern food is not spicy. Frick. The Taliban got me, chat. The Taliban got me. They're out here. They're getting people who are speaking the truth about Afghan culture.
Is a delicious American Coca-Cola. Tastes like freedom. Now there's balance in the universe. From here, we're moving on to the special kebab, and this guy is special. Let me point out a couple things. First of all, there are olives speckled throughout, but these crusty parts, that is the cheese. They're using a type of local sour cheese that goes inside the kebab. When they fry it, that cheese becomes kind of golden brown like this. That's good. Cheesy, not sour. I'm told this comes from cow milk. I can see it now at the next state fair. Cheese from Afghanistan. People in the Midwest would go crazy for it. I think. Perhaps there could be better branding involved. I mean, look at that juiciness. I got my first big bite of special kebab. Let's toss it back. Just like Adam, it's bigger, but it just means there's more to love. Hey, listen, Adam's got to be 400 pounds. I used to be 300 pounds, so as a former large man, I can point these things out. The main base flavor.
I love that he gave himself the pass retroactively.
Is the same, but you're just getting little extra special notes. You're getting that crunchy cheese. You're getting some sour olives. You're getting bits of extremely fried egg. It's so heavy. It's so indulgent. I love it. Can I tell you, 1 hour ago, the Taliban was at my window asking me for my passport. I was terrified. I was almost peeing my pants, but it was all worth it for this moment right here.
Do you see how everything is about how scared he is? He cannot help but mention how terrified he is of everyone around him at all times. Isn't it weird?
Coming to the city, it already feels completely different. First of all, we have gone down in elevation. It is extremely hot here. Right now, it's about 90 degrees. It's very dry. The streets are chaotic. It's loud. It's like an attack on your senses as soon as you get here.
In the capital city of Kabul, you can taste...
I mean, like, dude, like, this isn't something you're foreign to, though. Like, you've been to India, you've been around this region. Like, it's a city, yeah. It's a city in, like, Eastern and South Asia. Like, what do you, yeah.
All the recipes.
That's what they like. That's what they're like. I don't even disagree with his characterization. I would describe India as an attack on the senses, but, like, not in a bad way. Like, it's just, like, very overwhelming. The sounds, the horns, the flavors, the smells, the sights, like your proximity and the sense of space that everybody has, like it's very overwhelming. I totally understand. No, not like NYC or LA. It's like that shit on fucking crack.
Afghanistan. In Jalalabad, you can taste where those recipes were born. Here, when the sun goes down, that's when the city starts to cook. And at the center of it all is Karahi.
Welcome to Jalalabad after dark. Right now we are in a Shinwari Karahi restaurant. If you're wondering what's on the menu, well, it's hanging up right over there. What I love about this place is you just point to the animal body part that you want to eat, you give it to this guy, and he will chop it up into little bitty pieces like this right here. From here, we're going to see how they cook it up. Let's get to it.
Born from the Shinwari tribe of eastern Afghanistan and Pakistan, this is Karahi stripped down to its essence. No elaborate spice blends, just fire, fat, and instinct. Fresh chunks of lamb hit the cauldron, followed by salt, oil, and in goes the water. No rush, no shortcuts, just steel, oil, and heat. Then tomatoes join in, and green chilies.
Okay.
The result? Tender, spicy meat bathed in its own thick, bubbling gravy. Joining me this evening, the first Afghan local I've sat down with.
Thank God, finally.
Since this trip began 5 days ago.
5 days and he hasn't sat down and broken bread with a local. Like, dude, how do you not realize how this whole trip was fucked from the beginning? What in the hell, dude?
Khalil, put her there.
Welcome to Afghanistan.
Thank you for joining me. Part of my journey.
What the fuck was he doing for 5 days? Hyperventilating in his hotel room, it sounds like.
Afghanistan is to try to see the country through people's eyes here and not just through my own bias.
Yes.
First, I have a strange.
That was your goal? That was your goal?
Welcome to Afghanistan.
Thank you for joining me. Part of my journey coming to Afghanistan is to try to see the country through people's eyes here and not just through my own bias.
Yes.
First, I have a strange question. The guns. It's been wild for me. You know, it's one thing to see security or people on the street, but then I went to a fancy bougie restaurant yesterday and a guy literally had checked in his rifle at reception and was leaving and they gave it back to him.
Yeah.
To me, it feels like being on another planet. It's so different.
No, it's...
Where do you think those guns came from? How do you think they got there, Sonny?
Common here. We don't see it as a dangerous thing. From centuries, keeping guns are very much in the part of the culture. There's a famous saying in Afghanistan that a gun is the jewel of the men. So it's like a jewelry for them.
Well, it's interesting to hear then that for folks here, they're used to it. Second, food.
Food.
This looks amazing. Yeah. It's very cool to see the butcher.
Don't take this guy to Yemen. We actually went to Oman together. I know that's not Yemen, but, you know, neighboring country.
Butchering, but then the cooking takes a long time, about an hour.
He wasn't like this in Oman at all.
To be juicy.
Oh, this looks good. And it feels soft. I can already feel it on my fingers. Cheers.
Cheers.
How's Oman? I mean, we had a great time. We had a great time. I've told this story a few times about it.
That's awesome. The meat is so soft. It's incredibly tender. It's also got some kick. It's got a little spice to it.
Let's do the shanks. This is the best part.
That does look pretty dang nice. I'm gonna eat it just like a piece of corn. Is that the right way?
Anyway, it's the right way.
Let's go for it. There's something different.
It's gluey.
Oh yeah.
Because of all the tendons inside it. Other meats would not have this.
It's sticky. It also feels like the muscle fibers are almost smaller or finer, creating a more dense texture when you eat it.
And completely changes the flavor.
Oh, it's really satisfying. I have a whole new appreciation for shank. What about these big pieces of fat? Are you just eating pure fat?
You enjoy that a lot.
Show me how it's done.
Grab some fat and you grab a
Yeah, meat gum.
nice piece of meat with it, and then we'll have it with the dip also. It has fresh yogurt, so it'll cool down.
Are you sure? Because half the yogurt in this country has chilies in it. I think it's gonna cool me down and it heats me up. There's no question, there's a giant piece of fat in my mouth right now. It is rich. Is that dumba?
Dumba.
So we're eating just a pure sheep ass fat. Now I kind of like it.
Yeah.
When you think about it that way.
Animal fat is loved in my country.
That's really good. When I was in Lahore in Pakistan years ago, I tried the same thing.
Must have been very spicy.
More spices for sure, and spicy.
A lot of Indian and Pakistani influence would add more spices and stuff into it. We want the authenticity of the meat because we are very picky with the meat that we choose for it. So we have to feel the taste of the meat.
So you think folks here in Afghanistan are more picky than folks in Pakistan?
Being vegetarian and being from a South Asian country is impossible? Really? Most of India is veggie. I feel like it's like the best place to be vegetarian.
It's about the taste. They love that taste. We love this taste.
That was good. I was really trying to bait you. Well done.
Yeah, Indian vegan and vegetarian food. It's rarely vegan, but Indian vegetarian food is incredible. I could definitely go vegetarian if I was in India.
I feel like Afghanistan gets lost between its neighbors sometimes. You have Iran to the west, and their food is very known around the world. You have Pakistan on the east, and their food is very known around the world. Then you have Afghanistan in the middle. What is Afghanistan known for?
Number one, Kabuli pulao. I know pulao is the national food of Uzbekistan, but Kabuli pulao is something that has been known for many years for Afghanistan. second is the meat. All the rita kebab that you had, or these karais, all these things, they are very different from other. As we are in the middle of the Asia, we are in the middle of the taste also. So you go to Iran, you will say much more less.
Yeah, wait, what do they call it in Jamaica? There's a specific word for it, because the Rastafarians are, they have a, it's like there's a word for their diet. I remember I learned about it. Ital, yes, thank you, Hollywood. But Ital is not just vegetarian. It's also like, it has to be grown near you. Right? Like, it has to be like homegrown, essentially.
Flavors. Pakistan is more towards extreme, towards India, and Afghanistan is the balance.
Right here is the sweet spot.
And one thing about Afghanistani food is that it has stayed authentic throughout the history. Afghans do not like to innovate so much. The recipes that you're trying, they are for the centuries that they're going in the same way. We don't even want to change the spices that we put inside. We love to keep the authenticity for many years.
Tomorrow morning, we're going to do something completely different than anything I've done so far in Afghanistan. Because I've seen a lot of the cities. It's chaotic, it's hectic, but tomorrow we're going into the countryside. What should I expect?
I don't want to ruin the surprise. Tomorrow you will see.
I can't wait.
The next morning, we leave Jalalabad behind, roughly an hour and a half south, off the main roads, up into the mountains. It's remote, quiet, tucked in close to the border with Pakistan.
The Taliban beheaded this innocent sheep.
Of life slows down, the kind of slow that for a second makes you
They faced it towards Mecca and they drained its blood.
Think they're doing something right. Fields appear, kids wave, women work in the soil, goats cross.
Dude, this is so beautiful.
And mountains rise around us. Before I know it, we've arrived.
Ever since we landed in Kabul, I couldn't wait to get out of the city. Cities bring out the worst in people, but places like this in the countryside, this is where you get to the real root of the culture. And here,
dude, he's again, cities bring out the worst in people. What the fuck? Like, you don't even have any experiences to be saying that. What in the hell is this projection, dude?
Here, it's all about agriculture and these guys. And today, this guy is on the menu.
In Afghanistan, like many Muslim countries, slaughtering an animal is more than just a part of food prep. It's a religious ritual. Prayers are said. The animal faces Mecca. The process is done swiftly and all the blood is drained.
It's a common belief in Afghanistan that some people have heavy hands or light hands. So light hands are the...
Wait, I don't know if you're still in here, Chatter, but do you remember the other day when I was like, halal is like way more of a humane way of like butchering animals than like American factory farms, and some chatter was like, I was like, whoa, like I can't believe you would, that's wild. Like, of course it is. I don't know, it was wild, but I think we deflected and it was a good combo.
People who would slaughter the sheep, but the sheep will kick so much and it will pump all the blood outside, which is...
It's also like, this is, okay, I'll find a different pause here.
The more blood comes out, the more the...
It's also like, I've like seen a lot of like halal, like I've been in this situation in person in a bunch of different countries with a lot of different Muslim people. And it's like, the reverence that they have towards the animal is something that is like very meaningful and it matters. At least to me, it fucking matters. And I know that that doesn't exist in American factory farm and like in any situation in American meat processing.
Meat would be better.
The butchering begins and it's clear this isn't their first time. Each person moves with purpose. First, the skinning. Fast, precise, and efficient.
So as you can see, he's blowing air inside the skin to detach the skin from the muscles. It will be easy to skin it.
And does it make the balls puff up too?
Yeah.
As they break down the sheep here, we have one of the most prized parts of this animal right here, the testicles. Now you can see that old expression, stop breaking my balls. Well, that's what he's done already here. There's no coming back from that. These are going to be turned into testicle
What is this song?
kebabs. I think it's a part that people fight over because with each sheep, there's only 2. Unless you get one of those magical sheep that has 3, like me. I mean, what?
Next, the meat, chopped up section by section.
Does this guy write for Greg Gutfeld?
One thing I've learned after years of traveling the world for food is that village feasts are time-consuming. You'll never see an appetizer on the final table because the real appetizers are consumed while you wait. Today's starter, this beauty right here.
This is called the papadana. Means pieces of liver hidden inside the stomach fat. Perfect combination.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No marinade, no seasoning. The liver and kidneys are boiled and chopped into bite-sized pieces, then wrapped in the sheep's own caul fat.
Oh my God. This would be so good.
To hold it all together, matchsticks.
We might get some notes of sulfur in there too.
Then into the hot oil they go, sizzling until golden.
The best part is we're in Afghanistan. We know these sheep did not drink at all. It's a pristine liver.
Fresh.
Cheers. I think just the liver alone is very dry.
The fat provides that lubricant that you need.
It's not just a lubricant.
Oh,
1
Mitch,
month
thank you
till
for
a
the
year,
love notes.
baby.
There is so much flavor in that fat too. I mean, of course, it's very sheepy. It's a bit gamey, but those two together, it's a good tag team.
Try one with the dumba fat.
No more Oreos, only sheep liver wrapped in the fat of its stomach.
All right, so this is the pure butt fat from the sheep mixed with liver. Cheers.
Yeah, it should be different.
That's surprisingly good. It's got some body to it. You know, the fat, a lot of the oils have kind of cooked out of it, so it's a little bit more solid. Every time I've had this, it's been in a Muslim country. I've had something similar in Uzbekistan, in Morocco recently. I'm understanding it more and more. I think liver can usually be kind of dry, and that's why in some places, like in Africa with the Maasai tribe, you know, they take the liver out, they just eat it raw.
Raw.
Not dry.
Yeah.
Would you ever eat a liver raw?
It's haram.
I'm kind of blown away coming here because, again, I had this image of Afghanistan in my mind before coming here that's being
It's haram.
continuously reshaped and reformed the more places I travel and the more people I meet. And I just pictured a lot more rubble, smaller, shorter buildings, dry areas, arid. Desert, rocky mountains, but I can't believe how lush and beautiful it is out here.
Beautiful it is.
The local houses that you see here, are these still made this way today?
Yeah. Even now, they're made from clay because the clay is very cold in nature, so it helps them comfort in the summer season.
Dude, it is wild how little he examined his like bias in this at all. Like he didn't really think at all, it feels like.
And in the winters, it's provide them with the heat.
And what is everybody doing out here for work?
Mainly, it's agriculture. They are locally sourced, locally made. Wheat, sugar cans, corn, these are the common crops here. This is the side of Afghanistan nobody knew before. It's green, it's beautiful. People are so welcoming and nice. They're very hospitable. They love foreigners. They love lambs. They cook it very different, and we're going to experience it today.
The kitchen is dug up, the fire's built.
Also, from all the places in Africa, he really chose the place He really chose the place who eat raw meat. Like, okay, dude. Yeah, it's also funny because he played footage from Tanzania, but we also went and like ate with a Maasai in Kenya too. So it's kind of funny.
Time to get
He went there twice.
serious. Our main course today, 2 heavy hitters. First up,
And the Maasai do have very, very interesting and unique dietary like traditions, you know?
a braise. Big chunks of meat and fat go into a wide pot. Add salt, garlic powder, and that's it. Once the meat starts sizzling, in goes the water. Lid on tight and weighed down with whatever you can find. Next up, the kebab. Most of the prized cuts end up here. Ribs, tenderloin, maybe a bit of shoulder. And yes, the testicles too.
Also, I feel like if you're going to Afghanistan, you got to do at least one scene of hash. You got to do one hashish like culture scene. You know what I mean? Dude, like look at Drew Binsky. Drew's hashish video. This shit is awesome. This shit is sick. These guys are fucking professionals.
Okay, here in Afghanistan, I'm gonna try some hash. That's super strong.
He barely hit it.
I like making videos about natural drugs that I come across on my travels, like betel nut in Papua New Guinea, like chat in Somalia, like iboga in Gabon, and like kava in Micronesia. I find it fascinating to see how the world gets high. If you travel to the rural areas of Afghanistan, you can find people smoking hash, or chars as they call it. So I want to know, how does it make you feel?
He says when I smoke it's like I'm going up, like getting a nice feeling, he says.
Chars is a drug derived from the cannabis plant, and it comes in a block like this. So that's the product of the plant. You can think of it like much more of a pure form of THC. Oh, it's so strong. It smells like weed. In Afghanistan, hash is locally grown, consumed, and sold in increasingly high numbers. The 40 years of continuous war in Afghanistan has undeniably contributed to the popularity of this drug. From soldiers to students, but overwhelmingly old men, Afghanis come together through smoking, laughing, and chilling. In fact, it's thought that hash originated in Afghanistan centuries ago, and today, the country is the world's largest producer, selling around 3,000 tons a year. I became curious to learn more about the hash culture of
Yeah, dude, Drew loves Afghanistan. He has been back like 4 or 5 times. This video was 6 years ago, and I actually think he's been back to Afghanistan at least 2 times, maybe 3. Since he went here on this trip. He loves Afghanistan. It's like one of his favorite countries. He's been to every country in the world, and he always puts Afghanistan in like his top 3.
So Noor and I headed to the rural town of Balkh at the exact location where Alexander the Great built his home, and we discovered the hash den. Right now we're inside of this hash den, which is just kind of in the middle of nowhere, and people come here and they get high. Salam alaikum. Pretty simple.
Bro, they just like hit it until they're dead.
Wow.
Like, dude. Surely you can just take less in a slower way over a longer period of time. And you can get the same amount of high, but not do that.
You just spit in the corner? That's what happens? I want to know how does it make him feel?
Your head gets cool and you feel very nice.
How many years has he been smoking? How many years? What do you say?
He's like 40 years and he's like 13 years.
And why do you smoke?
It's just part of our life, he says. That's why we smoke it.
One more question. How many times a day do they smoke?
Says it depends. Sometimes 5, sometimes 10. Even sometimes 20.
The fact that alcohol is completely banned and not even a part of their culture, Afghanis need to find a different way to alter their mind. Hash is the recreational drug of choice.
Is this common in Afghanistan? I want to go. Yeah, where do you think like Afghan Kush comes from? Afghan like has always been a part of weed culture.
And nowadays, Afghanistan has over 1 million regular users. While it's technically illegal, nobody seems to care, as even the police chime in. The Balkh province where we are now is known to grow the most famous type of Afghan hash, the so-called Afghan black, and shockingly, it's really cheap, like less than $1 for a piece this big. We picked up our friend here and we're gonna go with him and see how he buys his hash. Gonna see the process. So we just pulled over here and our friend is going to a local shop to buy the hashish, but I was told to keep my camera down so we don't reveal any locations or faces of the people he's buying from. He's so cute when he walks. Already done? He bought it? Yeah. That's all he got? How many Afghanis was it? 50. 50? Wow, that's like 70 cents. Wow, that was just a completely surreal experience. Going in the hash den here in Afghanistan and seeing what the culture is like. And for the record, that stuff is really strong.
For the record, I am a super stone.
It smells so strong.
Wow. Dude, his lungs are just gasping. His lungs are literally begging. They're like, dude, I'm gonna kill you. If you don't let me breathe air, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Wow. That was the most insane thing I've seen, I think, in my entire life.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Okay, we have to go back to this, unfortunately.
Everything gets skewered with chunks of fat, sprinkled with salt and garlic.
Here, I will give you the link.
Straight to the fire.
This looks gorgeous. I didn't expect to come to the countryside and see such a organized display of kebabs here in the village, because I would assume they would just put random little pieces of meat onto each kebab, but it's organized by body part. I see testicles over here. I see some of the cheeks over here. I see ribs over here. It's so organized.
Yes, they do it very frequently here, so the practice is so common.
It might look simple, but I've been told this is just step one of the kebab cooking process. There's more to come, and while we wait, we're rewarded for our patience.
If you're in a village setting like this, do you have to be an alpha male in order to eat the testicles?
Mostly the people who are a bit elder, they would want to eat these things because it's good for their power and everything.
What do you mean by power?
Have better kids, stronger kids.
Does anybody have a problem having kids in Afghanistan?
Not really, but we tend to have more kids because we believe that Allah take care of their food and stuff. We don't need to worry about them.
The average family has how many kids?
More than 5 kids.
Well, to Allah.
Yeah.
I have one kid now, and I would like to have another one.
Maybe this will help you.
Exactly. Let's get to it. I love that this is your first time trying it.
I always wanted to try it, but I never got the courage to try it, and this is the right moment.
Okay, I want you to harness the fierce nature of your people and the history of your people, and not think twice. Just move forward and enjoy.
So Bismillah to this.
Bismillah. That's good.
Why does it taste like fat so much?
Well, it is a very fatty organ.
But it's not like completely fat. It's not a muscle.
Exactly. It's better than fat. It's not so overwhelmingly rich. It has its own texture. It's a texture unlike any other part of the body.
A little bit of creamy flavor.
Sure.
I don't know why.
Well, you do know why.
Yeah.
You know. Beyond that, the flavor is very smoky because from the charcoal.
It's a perfect combination.
I'm feeling the magic coursing through my veins. I just gotta go find my wife. And she is not at the hotel.
Now comes the final step of the kebab cooking process, steaming. The grilled kebabs are slid off the skewers into a giant pot.
What is the purpose of putting it on a kebab over charcoal and then steaming it after?
That's the beauty of it. They would just give it color and it will still be a bit hard. There it will get soft, juicy, and very much unique in flavor.
Dough is kneaded and pressed along the rim to prevent any heat from escaping. Water goes in, then garlic and green chilies. The lid is clamped down. Coals piled on top, and the result is a pressure cooker.
Brett, it got worse. I'm sure it did.
By hand.
It's never gotten better.
Gentlemen, thank you for having me here. We feel very welcome and privileged to be able to join you in a part of Afghanistan very few people have seen before, so thank you so much. So do people pray?
Normally no, but when they're done, they pray.
Oh, that's different. You know, I grew up Christian, praying before the meal, but you're so hungry. I can't focus on my prayer. My hands are shaking. I have low blood sugar. I like after.
After is when your belly is full, you thank God for what He's given.
We have two very unique dishes, but I think we should start with this. This is a very simple preparation.
The local word for this is ladeli. Ladeli means something that is
the fierce nature of your people. Oh my God, dude. He is such a dude, has just been mainlining like US State Department propaganda about these people. Holy fuck.
You would be surprised to see how chewy and how gluey it is.
Bread?
Bread is must. If you do it without bread, you can be arrested for it.
He called them magically? What?
Laws are pretty strict here. Wow. The bread is so chewy, but so delicious. The meat,
oh my God, all that fucking fat dripping off.
Itself is so soft.
It's very soft and tender.
I like that you keep using that word gluey. It becomes sticky from the tendons, from the fat, and all the joints, all of it breaking down. But really, the magic here, the key, is getting in deep and dipping it into that fatty sauce.
It's just not oil, it's a gluey thing from the tendons.
It doesn't need to be dressed up.
This guy is Afghani. He's like the only Afghani local that he's sat with the whole trip so far.
You don't need to mask the flavors. Just a little bit of salt really brings out the natural flavor, and that's all you need. This dish looks very unique. I love the preparation because I'm very familiar with kebabs, but I've never seen somebody make a kebab, then put it into a
that's the same guy.
Let alone kind of an ancient style pressure cooker. I mean, the color is completely different. And this color is much more seductive.
Yeah.
It's enticing, it's drawing me in. What piece should we try first?
Always go for the shank first.
I mean,
here, sorry, I didn't go pee when I got up. I gotta pee.
I found a bone. Oh man.
You see now what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
If it was just barbecue, it wouldn't be this soft and this gluey.
Yeah, it would be drier, but if it was just steamed, it wouldn't have this incredible smoke. The flavor is just taking on so much of that charcoal, smoky flavor.
Yes, and the steam has added to the hydration of the meat.
That is fascinating. I can't believe I haven't seen that anywhere else in the world, but now I totally understand it as I try it. It's the best aspects of grilling over charcoal mixed with the best aspects of steaming. These guys know what they're doing, and they do it with love. They're not trying to rush it, they're trying to make it perfect.
We rushed them a lot, but they were not in rush.
Yeah. What is it that makes you so passionate about your country's food?
Honestly, because I've been a refugee for almost all of my life. I was born in Pakistan, I was raised in Pakistan, and I was blown away by the food that I was missing so much. And I loved the taste, the flavors, the balance, the techniques that they cook it. Very simple, very authentic, very old, yet very tasty.
Beyond the food, I do want to ask you some other questions about Afghanistan. How do you think Americans and others outside of Afghanistan perceive your country?
From the media perspective, they see Afghanistan as a very dried, old, ancient land, and these people have war, and they think it's happening all the time, 24/7, everywhere. But as you can see, right now, countries in the peaceful state, everywhere you can travel, you can enjoy anything that you want. You can see that people here know how to live. They enjoy, they feast, they have good moments, they are very friendly people. They love the outside world people to come and welcome them with open arms.
What is your hope for the future of Afghanistan?
My hope for the future of Afghanistan is long-lasting peace, acceptance, getting to know us, accept us in a way we are, do not try to change us. We are as we are.
Afghanistan. The kindness, the hospitality, the pride. The side that rarely makes it to mainstream media.
Wait, what are you talking about now? You're talking about pride and hospitality?
Even just for a moment, these things are undeniably real. But as I sit and listen, nodding along, I can't ignore the weight beneath it all. There are questions I want to ask, and I can't. Questions about fear, about women, about what freedom really looks like here. Instead, I smile, and I hold those questions quietly, somewhere between gratitude and grief. Because in the end, this series isn't about promoting this country. It's not even about offering answers.
You need to go back and listen to the Afghan guy's monologue.
flavors, the balance, the techniques that they cook it, very simple, very authentic, very old, yet very tasty.
Beyond the food, I do want to ask you some other questions about Afghanistan. How do you think Americans and others outside of Afghanistan perceive your country?
From the media perspective, they see Afghanistan as a very dried, old, ancient land, and these people have war, and they think it's happening all the time, 24/7, everywhere. But as you can see, right now, countries in the peaceful state, everywhere you can travel, you can enjoy anything that you want. You can see that people here know how to live. They enjoy, they feast, they have good moments, they are very friendly people. They love the outside world people to come and welcome them with open arms.
What is your hope for the future of Afghanistan?
My hope for the future of Afghanistan is long-lasting peace, acceptance, getting to know us, accept us in a way we are, do not try to change us. We are as we are.
Fair.
Afghanistan. The kindness,
fair,
hospitality, the pride, the side that rarely makes it to mainstream media. Even just for a moment, these things are...
Wait, we have a... Wait, who? Wait, what are you talking about, Malteser? What's going on? That, quote, food really looks disgusting? Why? Oh, are you, because you're vegan? What do you, is this, I just said the food looked gross? Okay, but can you understand how that would be offensive to people who this is their culture?
Undeniably real. But as I sit and listen, nodding...
I also don't really care for the, like, this kind of response to the mods. You're not like explaining your position. You're just it kind of seems like you just came in here to pick fights with people. You've replied to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different chatters since you've been in here. 2 of them being mods.
I can't ignore the weight beneath it all. There are questions I want to ask, and I can't. Questions about fear, about women, about what freedom really looks like here. Instead, I smile, and I hold those questions quietly, somewhere between gratitude and grief. Because in the end, this series isn't about promoting this country. It's not even about offering answers. It's about showing the reality. And the rest, that's up to you.
The beginning of this trip was so different from the end. This place, it is complicated, it is confusing. On one hand, it was very different from what I expected, but then on the other hand, it was a lot of what I did expect. This place is run by...
Dude, this is like just so crazy. Yeah, like if you go to a country and you're on edge and you don't trust anybody, people are going to reflect that back onto you. It doesn't even seem like that was the case here. But like, yeah, if you think that everybody's trying to take advantage of you or harm you, and that's how you operate in every interaction, then you're going to have negative interactions. Do you know what I mean? If you go to a place and you're like, I love humanity and these are humans and therefore I love them and like I want to experience their lifestyle, then they're going to show you that lifestyle and they'll be grateful that you've shown interest in it. And they will like appreciate you and they will welcome you. Like this is one of the most welcoming places. The Middle East is like the most hospitable, welcoming place in the entire world. It's like literally built into Islam. You know, like this is not, if you just get out of your head, this trip could have been so different for you.
Taliban, we know who that is.
But it just shows like he's been here for 5 days. It took him, since he landed, 5 days before he sat down with an Afghani person. That's fucking awful. Yo, what up, Arcade Monkey? I saw you on Grimlow's stream this morning. W appearance, W convo.
There are guys with guns all over the place. There are checkpoints. The country is very militarized. But I think when you come to a place like this, you have to try to separate that from the people. And I think that's a reasonable and fair thing to do, because some of the nicest people I've ever met anywhere are here in this country. So wrapping up a series like this is tough, because there is no nice little bow that you can wrap on this package. There's a lot of issues here. But I hope this video can show that it's a lot more gray and it's not so black and white. As I've been saying, Afghanistan is many things, but it's not just one thing. And perhaps it won't make sense to you.
Michael K walks into any town with nothing but an open mind and endless amounts of trust for the locals. One Tashi Delek and the entire town is willing to help him. People respond back to the energy they are approached with. 100%.
You see it for yourself.
It's also like, who the fuck are you to come into this place and be like, oh, there's a lot of problems here? Like, yeah, there probably are, man. Our government has been fucking relentlessly occupying and bombing this place for 20 years.
Good luck. All right, guys, before we go, I want to say a huge thank you to this guy because without him, this trip would not have happened. His name is Amir, and you might recognize him as the local producer who helped me when I went to Iran a few years ago. He came here and he did the impossible, which was get us actual legitimate filming permits in this country. If you guys are interested in working with Amir either in Afghanistan or perhaps even more likely Iran, you can contact him. His Instagram is right here on the screen right now. Go give him a follow or reach out to him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We did it.
We did it. I kind of can't believe it. All right, let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Because actually, the trip ain't done till we're wheels up in the air. So.
We actually really...
Oh my God, dude. He's like, I could still get kidnapped. I could definitely still get kidnapped. Do you think they'll kidnap me at the airport?
Holy crap. I just woke up to like dozens of text messages from my friends asking if I'm okay. And look at the front page of CNN. Oh my God. This is insane, dude. I'm literally here right now. Dude, I can't tell you the feeling of waking up and reading this news and being right here. Oh, man.
Yeah, so Drew is like in Pakistan during the like military escalation recently.
Crazy.
I've traveled to every country in the world, but I've never been trapped inside of one.
All the airspace is closed now, so we don't know how we're gonna get out of here safely.
I flew to Pakistan with my friend Lee to visit the most remote villages in South Central Asia and to see the beautiful mountain regions of the north. But I never could have predicted that India would launch a series of deadly attacks in the same region where I'm traveling.
And the Pakistani military says 26 people were killed.
Now I am desperate to find an exit as missiles fly left and right and every airport is closed.
Our flight just got canceled. What are we gonna do?
How are we gonna make it safely out of the country? Will we have to cross overland to Afghanistan and deal with the Taliban? And what happens when our next move could mean life or death?
This military compound is the one that was bombed this morning from India.
But first, let's rewind 48 hours to the start of our trip on a food tour in Lahore, where I'm going on a $10 budget challenge.
It's pretty insane to roll through the streets here. I feel like I'm gonna get my arm chopped off at any second, but it's awesome. If you can't already tell by the smile on my face, I am stoked to be back in Pakistan. This is one of my favorite countries in the world, and there's so much to unpack here. Dude, this is huge.
Whoa, that big ass fucking... What are they cooking in there, dude? Give me that.
My favorite countries in the world, and there's so much to unpack here. Dude, this is huge.
Also, like, important distinction already. Look at how Drew dresses. Look at how Drew dresses when he goes here. He's not, like, wearing a fucking red bandana. He's trying to actually fit in.
This is one of my favorite countries in the world, and there's so much to unpack here. Dude, this is huge. Oh my God. That is a jacuzzi of chickpeas. Oh my God, that is insane. Look at all the steam that's coming off of it. So there's the hole right there. And it goes down into the tub. This is authentic Pakistani Lahori breakfast right here. Hell yeah. Oh, this freshly made bite. Welcome to Pakistan. That is really spicy and really delicious. Salam alaikum.
Welcome to Pakistan.
Thank you. There's so much to see in Lahore. Yeah. It's an amazing place. Exactly. Lots of colors, smiles.
Lahore is a vibrant city and has loads of food options, and I'm excited to try out this next spot that is famous for its aloo paratha.
It's like a savory pancake with potatoes in it. Really oily and greasy and really flavorful. Wow.
That was delicious, but a little spicy. So to cool down, I'm gonna try the freshly made sugar cane.
Everything is spicy.
And juice.
Oh, that is so sweet and so good.
Last but certainly not least is biryani, a staple in Pakistan.
Out of everything I've had today, this is by far the best.
And if you think biryani brings the heat, just wait until you see what I'm gonna do next.
This is the fire haircut in Pakistan. Whoa! Ah! Woo! Now I'm getting cold.
Why would you want that?
Water on my hair. Oh, that's what I need. Feeling relaxed? Yeah, now I am. Not before. We are doing a regular haircut now. What is that? Oh, it's a massage. I'm down for that. It feels really good.
What the fuck? Wait, what is this device? This is a device that vibrates your hand. So for head massages. For head massages. Don't you fucking touch me with that on your hand. Also, I'll take 3. I'll take 3. Do they come in smaller sizes?
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Damn, I don't even know what to think right now. That's the fire haircut in Pakistan.
A trip to Lahore wouldn't be complete without a visit to the most important site in town, and it's going to set the tone for the rest of my trip here in Pakistan.
I do actually want a vibrating head massage. Yeah, I would use that. I would use that for my head, for sure.
We've made it to Shahi Mosque here in Lahore, and Lee has a pink...
I love head scritches. I'm a big scritches guy. I love head scritches, okay? Head massages. I love it when people play with my hair. It's a quintessential part of cuddling.
that he paid some lady 30 cents for.
That's true, I did.
But this is Lee's first time here. What do you think, bro?
Pretty cool to be in a new place. It doesn't happen too often.
It's like no tours here. I mean, it's just completely empty. It's such a pleasure to be here and see this.
After an epic day exploring Lahore, we hop on a flight to Skardu, a tiny town deep in Baltistan, in the heart of Kashmir, which is the root of the conflict because it's claimed by both India and Pakistan. It's home to many of the highest...
Oh my god, look at this.
...mountains on Earth, and...
Damn, dude.
Because it's claimed by both India and Pakistan. It's home to many...
Bro, we don't get this channel here. Awuga is right. Holy God.
The highest mountains on Earth, and this is where the real quest begins to explore remote villages, meet locals, and get lost in one of the most untamed places in South Central Asia. I mean, the view out the airplane window is absolutely insane.
Through the mountains, glaciers, and we have arrived in Skardu. How you doing? I'm Drew.
Oh, welcome.
Pleasure.
Welcome.
Salam alaikum.
Our driver...
Look at how friendly people are.
Well, we've been driving for a total of 45 minutes, and the car broke down already. So the driver is now getting water to pour in it. No idea what's going on here, just pouring a bunch of water into the engine. What happened?
The engine heated up, so we have now a little brake, so to cool it down.
At least I got my bag of popcorn here. It says Skardu crispy popcorn. We've made it here to Satpara Lake, which is this incredible green alpine lake right here in the middle of the mountains. Nobody around. This is just stunning. The nature up here in northern Pakistan and this whole region of the world, including Afghanistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, even India, is some of the best in the world. A pleasure to be here in the Himalayas again and witness it firsthand.
Next up, we're driving to Shigar, deep in the Karakoram Mountains. The world's second tallest peak is here, called K2, and the surrounding areas are filled with ancient stories.
Pretty nice people on the streets here. Everyone's super friendly. Hey man, how you doing? How is the Shigar? Good? Zafar, tell me about this place.
Here you see the village life. The people are walking, chatting, the kids are playing, and the ladies doing washing. The people are very friendly and very hospitable.
How come there's so many cows here? It feels like India with the cows, but you don't see that in Lahore.
Okay, the size of the cows you see smaller because they are the mountain cows. In Lahore, you see more buffalo, and buffalo here cannot survive.
We've come across a polo ground. I've never actually seen polo being played in my life. Dude, look at that backdrop. Holy crap. Hanging with the bros, watching some polo. Marco.
Polo.
Dude, it's so cool.
Damn, dude. This guy didn't miss a beat. He's like, yeah, we've all heard that joke before. We've all heard that joke before. I'm also kind of like, polo is real? I didn't know people did this. I thought we like cut their heads off if they did this. I thought people got their heads chopped off if they did this.
The bros watching some polo. Marco.
Polo.
Dude, it's so cool. It's like they're playing hockey on horses. What makes you happy in life?
Have you ever seen Buzkashi? No. Is that TOS appropriate?
Okay, the polo player, the polo makes him happy.
So polo makes him happy. Polo, I like that. That's a good answer. Hello, how are you? Hello.
Traveling through northern Pakistan feels like a dream. Warm smiles, unforgettable nature, and pleasant surprises on every corner.
Chat, if you want to see the Buzkashi, you have to sub for $5.99 or for free. That's the only way to support the channel. It's the best way to support the channel. Don't watch the ads. Stay in here and hang out with us by subscribing. Subscriptions help the channel so much.
However, the next morning is when everything changed.
Dude, holy crap. I just woke up to like dozens of text messages from my friends asking if I'm okay. And look at the front page of CNN. Oh my god. This is insane, dude. Oh man. It's crazy.
The scariest part is that I'm currently in Pakistani Kashmir.
It's a sport played with a sheep carcass? How? How do you play with a sheep carcass?
Only 2 towns away from where the bombs were dropped. I'm worried that this will spiral into a larger war with all the chaos happening
Trilltacular, thank you for the gifted to Deft One
in the world, and I'm terrified that both India and Pakistan are nuclear powers. I realize that I will have no way to leave Pakistan, so I grab my phone to call my travel agent to see what my options are.
Hey bro, what's up? Pretty crazy to be stuck in a country where the borders are closed.
It's crazy. I mean, they're not completely closed, right? You could technically go to Afghanistan, but you'd need a visa, and then going through the border is tricky.
I also made too much content on Taliban. They don't want me there.
What about
I can't go to Xinjiang. It's really restricted. I already made content there recently. Do you think Islamabad airport will open?
Opening, reopening, reclosing, and so on. Did you register to the STEP program, the U.S. embassy
Do you think the U.S. would charter a flight out?
Yeah, looking at the difficulty of the place, you should register. At least they know where you are. They can send you up-to-date information whenever, or they will tell you options that they have or something like this.
Just keep me updated on the progress, all right? Thanks, man. A side note that I haven't brought up yet is I have been super...
Wait, is it fucked up or no? I have to watch this first.
No.
It's played on horseback, same vibe. Where's the sheep?
دسه شد باز کرده وقتی بوز میکشیدم همین مالکم قطعی رنگی بچه بوز میکشید چوانداز خوب بود دخترم باشم رنگی مردکو
Where's the goat? I don't see a goat in this video. I'm trying to find it. I don't see it. I don't know. I don't get it. This video is not very helpful.
Sick. I woke up with fever and chills and nausea, and then I had really bad diarrhea from something I ate. So all I can really stomach right now is bananas. But at least we have beautiful nature all around us. It could be worse. I mean, it could be stuck in like, I don't know, Burundi. That wouldn't be as fun. All right, so we are gonna journey onwards. Got a toilet paper.
Just because the roadside is gonna be calling for that.
All right, and here we go. Better get comfortable.
We decided not to move back, to move forward. Quickly reach Hunza Valley because that part is the most safe place for us.
The Hunza Valley might just be the most breathtaking region in all of Pakistan, and
Oh
it's been
my
on my
God.
bucket list for a long time. Even though there's tension in the air, we're driving away from Kashmir and the conflict zone, which also means unsafe road conditions.
Dude, this whole guardrail is blocked. Like, you can see all the landslides that have happened. Crazy.
Okay, behind me is one of the highest mountains called Rakaposhi, 7788 meters.
So right here you can actually see the old Silk Road, the mountain that goes all the way around and zigzags. Back. Ciao.
Ready? 1, 2, let's go. Yeah, boy.
Get a haircut, hippie.
All right, for about 1,000 rupees.
Ready?
Yeah. Here we go. Woo! Yeah, this is sick. Oh my God. Look at these views. Woo! So awesome. Pakistan. Oh, hell, dude. Did that happen to you too? Yeah. Jesus, there's no easier way to do that. Oh my God.
It's been an epic day exploring the Hunza Valley, and we have made it to our little guest house where I'm going to check in with my wife, Deanna, who's worried about my safety.
Hi, cutie pie.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, I'm tired.
Did you know that there was a war here?
Yeah, I know that. Why are you there?
I'm trying to get out, but all the airports are closed, so Lee and I are gonna get on the next flight out.
When?
Ideally Saturday.
How far are you from the thing?
You know, when the news came out, I was like in the next town of what was bombed. I love you.
Love you.
Chad, I filmed their engagement.
Your hair looks funny.
Because
Your hair looks so funny.
I got the sides of it cut when they did the fire haircut. They cut the.
They're very cute.
Love you.
Love you.
I am in beautiful Gilgit. It's a town in northern Pakistan in the Hunza Valley, near India, near China, near Afghanistan, near Tajikistan. It is just a wonderful place on planet Earth. Many people think of Pakistan as dirty and disgusting, but guess what? Here is mountain air and glacier water and really friendly people. It's such a pleasure to be here right now and just take in the beautiful views. Salam alaikum. Everyone is super friendly. They come up to you on the streets. They want to say hi, ask where you're from. And you also notice a lot of the faces here are white. They're not all dark.
Okay.
Because Pakistan's very diverse.
Walaikum salam.
My name is Drew.
Muslim.
Pakistan, no Muslim. Jewish. Yehudi. Khudafez. You are Muslim. Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Kef khalik. Tamam. Alhamdulillah.
Gilgit is a beautiful town filled with amazing people, and I feel so lucky that we ended up here. But there are still constant reminders of why we're scrambling to get out of the country, even here in this tiny town.
There's a protest going on.
I think he was trying to just like show the diversity, but yeah.
A Pakistan protest. Holy crap. It's crazy. Everyone's walking, holding Pakistani flags and chanting. I don't know.
Wait, that kid with the weed hat.
It's crazy. Everyone's walking, holding Pakistani.
Oh, I see you. Little guy. I see you, little bro. I see you, dude. Yo, this one's for that kid. All right? W.
Pakistani flags and chanting. I don't know what they're saying. Hi. Okay, Zafar. People here seem to be unbothered by war. Everything is very normal. Shops are open. Kids are going to school.
Now cough like you're possessed by the smoke monster from Lost.
Why is that? I mean, if you turn on the news, everything's crazy.
This sort of a little bit crazy things, it normally happens on the border. It's not very much unusual. But the media, it exaggerates it. Here you see life is quite normal. You want to see in the market, schools are open, markets open, everything.
Yeah, I receive like thousands of messages from my friends and family because on the front page of CNN it shows that. So, at what point do you feel nervous or scared?
I myself, not at all. Never. Because we are used to it.
You say there's nothing to get scared of, but if you look at Muzaffarabad, like.
I'm on an ad break that's just a screen saying it's an ad break. That's fucked up, dude. They're just denying you the content with like no ad at all.
8 people died in bomb attack.
That's so stupid.
Okay, it was definitely.
You can avoid it by subscribing. If you subscribe for $5.99 or for free, it helps me so much. Chat, Hassan has enough subs.
Eric is your mayor. We're getting W's now.
That's right. We getting W's now. Hassan has enough. I need more. Okay. Jeltsi, thank you for the gifted.
It's not inside Muzaffarabad, it was in the outskirts of Muzaffarabad where it was a bit targeted.
Okay, so they're targeted attacks.
Yeah.
It's not like the city here is going to be blown up.
No, not at all.
So you're not worried at all?
No.
Good. If you're not worried, then I'm not worried.
Definitely not. Thank you.
All right, it has been a long day exploring Pakistan. Still waiting on updates when the airport's gonna open, if it's gonna open. Tomorrow, we're supposed to fly from Gilgit to Islamabad, but now, since the flight's canceled, we need to drive about 15 hours. So we're gonna leave at 6 a.m. and get down to Islamabad hopefully by midnight. It's a weird feeling to be trapped in a country, but hope all goes well. All right, guys, I'm passing out. Good night. Just woke up, checked the news, daily routine here, and front page of CNN says Pakistan has vowed to respond. When you scroll down, here's where the attacks just were on Pakistan. And I am like right here in that blue area. So basically all around me right now have been attacks. Look at the destruction here. I mean, that is crazy. I don't want to be anywhere near that. My travel agent wrote me and sent me a picture of all airspace over Pakistan. It's got to be like a humanitarian flight, because there are no planes right now over Pakistan. So the plan is to drive 19 hours down to Islamabad through mountain roads today, and hopefully get there safely, and then just wait around till the airport opens. All right, Lee, we got a 19-hour drive ahead of us. How you feeling?
I wish we were flying, but
yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, where is Sarah?
The Blues Brothers said we got 90 miles to Chicago, half a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, well, this guy's got more than a half a pack of cigarettes. This guy's got about 4 packs. Gotta get one last cig in there. All right, next stop is Islamabad after a long day crossing pretty much all of the north of Pakistan. Okay. All right, last puff. One more. There it is. Yep. Okay.
He's like, fuck you. I'll finish my cigarette.
How are you? We're just driving through. We're stuck in Pakistan, going to Islamabad, hoping to get out safe. When you're on a road trip like this, lunch becomes crispy wafers and little candy things. And water. Oh, yeah, look at all this dried fruit, man. You got tons of dried fruit. How much? $3.20. $1. Thank you. You're the chicken man. Chicken man. This is the chicken man. A lot of goat out the window here. Yeah, with the what is the?
That's so many goat.
You like that? Is that fair?
Goat with a flag. That's interesting. Yeah, really.
That's the first. I've never seen that
That's
before.
the first time. Yeah.
That was really funny.
I wouldn't say stuck in Pakistan to a bunch of people who have no choice but to stay there. Yeah, true. True. They can't just get on a fucking flight and leave.
Just a very nationalist goat right there. The signage culture out here is wonderful. Beep, beep, don't sleep. And we move onwards. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Lots of checkpoints around here. Down here we have an abandoned city. You can see all these little houses on the river that are completely empty now. Kids playing cricket, that's cool.
These are the ancient time Buddha carvings. Very nicely, the Buddha or the stupa has been carved over the rocks.
How old is that?
That's probably from 300 or 400
AD?
AD.
What?
Yeah.
That's really cool, man. So we went to go look at the Buddha rocks and we come back and the driver...
Yo, what up, Sarah?
The driver's gone. So maybe he just drove away with all of our stuff. Maybe he went to go buy cigarettes. I don't know, but as of right now, we're stuck in this town. All right, after a few minutes, he has arrived.
I'm just like wondering how those are so well preserved. Like 1800 years or no, 1600 years of rain and shit. Like
he must have just done a big U-turn down there. Hey there, buddy. Now that our driver is back, the road to Islamabad continues, even if it means driving straight through a river to get there. Dude, this car can handle a lot. That's cool. Full-on waterfall right here. Out the window, I spot new bridges going up, a sign that this remote region is starting to connect with the rest of the country. But then we...
Oh, Sarah, he's in Kashmir. He's in Kashmir during the, war.
Hit a major traffic jam. We're about 5 hours into the drive, and there's a big lineup of trucks, and we don't know if we're gonna be stuck here.
I really, really hope not. Yeah, this is not what we want to be seeing. Some dude standing outside on the road.
It seems maybe there is some road blockade.
Dude, this driver is crazy, just going around in the oncoming lane of traffic.
Could be small lane.
Like, if somebody's coming, what do? What do you do if somebody's coming?
Slide, etc.
That would not be good, bro. That guy's balling.
Hello, how are you?
You're balling?
No, it's open. Road is open.
Yeah.
But the vehicle is outgoing.
Hey, bro, what happened?
Hello.
Just a little bit accident.
But the road is okay.
Road is okay.
And how long it will take to move?
It almost 1 hour.
1 hour to wait.
Yeah.
Why?
I think.
Oh man, it was going well until now. Hey, bro, what actually happened?
Just a little bit accident on the roadside.
The truck?
Yeah.
Really?
Truck. Yeah.
Did it flip over?
Yeah.
So how can they remove it? The tow truck comes?
It's the tourist police and the other men are clear the truck.
Oh wow, this view is incredible though. Holy crap. Really beautiful nature. Pakistan, Zindabad.
Oh.
I think I see your vlogs on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you balling?
No.
Are you balling?
No.
You're balling.
अंदर ही डालेंगे अंदर ही अब सीधा कर ले
Mustafa is balling.
Hey Lee, how do you feel in this particular moment in time?
Jesus Christ. Since this kind of shit.
There's the bus. That's the accident. He went off the side of the road.
Oh my god.
Oh, the half.
Damn, you can tell it totally fell over.
The bus is crashed. See that? Isn't that any good?
Oh man.
Well, that would do it. We just got sprayed with dirt water.
That's all it
Look
is.
at the window. The bus just came in and.
That's all it is. Pakistani mud water.
It's hard to put into words how bizarre this drive is, man.
Yeah, right,
Like
Becca?
straight out of a movie. What did he say?
Okay, so there is a road blockade, so we can have a break here.
A road blockage for how long?
This is no idea now. Some protest was there. There was some protest at Dasu, but now we heard it's open.
A protest?
Yeah, no idea what protest it was.
We have pulled over in a random town called Dasu because it's the first town we've seen in the last 50 miles, which is basically like 6 hours on mountain roads. Meet some lovely gentlemen here.
Bottle, sitting.
Water bottle.
Sitting water, sitting.
Okay, this kid's got red hair. My hair? Your hair? It's the same color. Red. Okay, we both got red hair, as you can see. Pretty amazing. Khudafez. Thank you. Khudafez. As you can see, Pakistani people are so nice. They gave me a free water because they saw me alone out here. It's time to eat some food. We're gonna get some naan and chai because that's the safest thing to eat around here. Fresh naan and fresh chai. Lucy's making the bread freshly, which is nice.
You're not gonna eat any of that meat, dude?
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Salam alaikum. Chicken tikka. Yo, this chicken looks really good. Did you see it? It's just like on the grill. Can you order some?
Yeah.
How's that naan? It looks really good. Well, of all places to eat, this is among the most epic, right along the Indus River.
Wow.
Oh, this looks really fresh and really good. Oh yeah. We got some grilled chicken here. My first protein in 2 days. Having a lovely meal out here with our driver. Tell him he's a very good driver. Thank you. Keeping us alive, that's all that matters. These roads are no joke, man. Are you tired?
Meanwhile, I'm eating chicken beside a strip mall. I mean, basically the same thing. It's the American equivalent, culturally.
No. Good man.
Tired, so he can drive.
Finally, the roadblock clears and we're busting it to Islamabad on these narrow mountain roads with 2,000-foot drop-offs. One slip and we are toast. Meanwhile, we are praying that a flight will take us literally anywhere out of the country.
Up there, we are 9 hours into the drive and it looks like we're not even halfway to Islamabad.
Would you ride on those roads? Yeah, duh. What do you mean? Do you think they have another option? Do you think there's like a different road that's safer? You think these people are choosing it because they're adrenaline junkies?
Buckle up, partner.
Oh, yeah.
We got a lot left. Nothing like a good old random Pakistani mountain road. Salam alaikum.
Brett would get a helicopter to avoid the road. Not without the sub, I won't. Not without your freaking gifted subs, I won't. Who got helicopter money? Not me.
What's up, bro? Checkpoints, checkpoints, checkpoints.
Thank you.
Thank you. This drop off is crazy. God damn. And Lee and I's total existence, our life is dependent on this man right here. About to go over this beautiful bridge here. Oh man. A lot of cows, a lot of cows. Lee and I have each been to every country in the world, and this has got to be one of the most beautiful drives we've ever been on.
It's got to be the most beautiful drive.
It's insane. I'm trying to think of what else compares.
Not the really. I mean, it's just one of the most famous.
Dude. This is gorgeous. This is so fucking good. Also, FYI, these roads are much better now. Back in the early 2000s, they used to be these dirty roads, aka they were even worse than they are now. Yeah.
In the world for a reason. It's awesome.
Of course.
Really, really, really nice, man. It does not disappoint, dude. Every view here is superb. Waterfalls, mountains, rivers, little communities. Everywhere you go in this country, people are playing cricket. It is life here, and it's cool to witness. Woo! Hey!
Sarah, do you play cricket? Are there positions in cricket? What is your position, and what does it say about you?
Yeah, buddy.
Just as we're settling in for the home stretch of the drive, we get some bad news.
Our flight just got canceled. Today's Friday. We just got a note on Sunday our flight's canceled. What does it say? Your flight from Islamabad Istanbul.
I never played cricket? Oh, okay. Drew lied to us.
On May 11th has been canceled due to force majorly reasons.
Force majeure.
Force majeure, what does that mean? Terrorism?
Yeah.
Terrorism? Come on, Drew.
Man, what are we gonna do? It's not good news to get when we're 12 hours into a drive.
Yeah, that's also bullshit because they're saying force majeure. They're saying force majeure to make it very clear that they're not reimbursing you. They're stealing your money and they're not going to provide you with a reimbursement.
So that means our options are to either wait in Islamabad for as long as we can until the airport opens and get on the next flight out, or overland to Afghanistan and fly from Kabul. But that's super risky because I've made videos about Taliban and I've talked bad about them in some videos, so I don't want to get captured and be detained or worse. So this is a terrible situation and I'm not sure what we're gonna do. But the plan for now is to get to Islamabad before dark.
It's not a great feeling to know that we're officially trapped in Pakistan, but for now there's only one place left to call, the US Embassy in Islamabad.
I'm an American citizen. I'm traveling with another American and we're stuck here. Was wondering what are our options to leave the country?
There's got to be insurance for that. Yeah, there is. There is, and he has good traveler's insurance too, so.
You have to visit US Embassy's website and you can find travel advisory over the website. Just consult with the website.
You don't have any information on what's happening? How we can get out of the country?
All the information is provided over
They closed the American and German embassy? Gee, I did not know that.
the website.
Okay. It is now 8 p.m. We've been on the road for 13 hours and I'm exhausted. It's been a beautiful drive in the mountain roads, but just dealing with the stress of our flight being canceled and figuring out how we're gonna get to Pakistan, it's been pretty tough. Meanwhile, we're still like 3.5 hours away from Islamabad, so this is quite the day of driving across the country. And man, this is one that I'll never forget. Look at this dog just chilling here, having a beautiful nap. Sorry for disturbing you, buddy. Two different moods in Pakistan right now, me and the dog. We're on our way. Hopefully we're gonna make it there. When we get to Islamabad, we'll make a plan. The whole tank is 86,000?
No, 8,700.
So it's like $30?
that right? Yeah. 8,700, it's like 30 bucks.
Yeah,
Cheap.
that's it.
Yeah, that's cheap.
250 per liter.
Good price. Lost 30% of the drive, or 20%. All right, update, it's 10 p.m. We're 15 and a half hours into the drive. We're still not there yet.
It's been a long day.
So we're stopping at Mickey D's, and I gotta tell you, I've never been more excited in my life to eat McDonald's. How about you?
You're always excited to eat McDonald's.
No, not like this though, not like this.
Girl, the boycott. Girl, the boycott.
Pretty pumped.
Are you excited?
But I've been crushing 9 all day.
I don't know how Lee eats 9 every meal. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Hey, there's a Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, I saw it.
Go to the metal detector here. Hello. How you doing?
Welcome to McDonald's.
Okay, thank you. I'll have the spicy McChicken with large fry meal.
Mexican is not spicy, spicy McCrispy.
Spicy McCrispy with fries. I'm so freaking exhausted.
Stop whining.
Scared me. Stop whining. What do you mean stop whining? We got a very healthy dinner. We're gonna need a lot more ketchup. Too. They didn't know the American was in town. The thing about McDonald's around the world, they give you like, they're so stingy on the ketchup. Like 1 or 2 ketchup. This actually looks pretty good. Spicy McChicken.
So good after eating just
So good, man.
for like.
They're too professional for McDonald's. The thing is that like in a lot of like foreign McDonald's are actually like kind of higher end establishments because the prices don't change like dramatically. So in somewhere like here, this is going to be way more expensive than like a local meal, you know?
I would never in my life say this is
I will also say the quality is a little bit better. Yeah.
so good, except for right now. This is the all-star team taking us around. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Especially this guy. Just pounding through the drive. How many more hours can you go?
There's the whole night he can drive.
There's nothing like a taste of home when you're stuck in a foreign country. And the good news is, we are finally approaching Islamabad.
Thank you, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good driving, driver. After 16 hours and 12 minutes, we have arrived at the Marriott in Islamabad. Actually, this hotel was bombed about 20 years ago and they rebuilt it.
A massive truck bomb devastated this heavily guarded hotel.
So it's time to get some sleep. All right, this is...
I'm judging you for that beer choice because you bought it. I remember you being like, I bought Michelob Ultra because I saw you drinking it.
It's super nice and fancy room.
Which I was like, do not ever do that. Do not drink. Don't drink alcohol. Don't smoke weed. Don't do nicotine. The only chatters I like are the straight edge chatters. All right? I disapprove of all you other heathens. Just so we're frickin' clear.
I have a very worried Jewish mother, and I am going to call her right now so she knows that I'm okay. Hi.
Oh my, look at you.
Straight edging all day, every day. Okay.
How are you?
How are you is the question.
Why are you laughing?
Your hair looks like it's all braided or something.
That's what Deanna said.
So when are you going to be able to get out?
Well, all the airspace is closed, so there's no flights coming or leaving. So as soon as
I knew that was Prodigy without even looking at the chat.
That's if you can get on a plane.
We have a flight on Sunday, Lee and I, so we're going to take it if it goes.
Wait, by the way, chat, since we're on good terms right now, I'm just kidding. But no, for real, if you are planning or thinking about going to TwitchCon, or maybe you can only do one day, I think like the leftist streamer community, meaning like Grimlow, Rhizome, Mari, I don't know who else, Peden maybe, who I don't know who else exactly is going to be involved in it, but we're going to do a big group like meetup on Saturday in San Diego of TwitchCon. So should be really fun. I would love to meet you all. Come out to TwitchCon. It's a fun time. Also, buy if you're thinking about coming to TwitchCon, get it with this link because it makes my ticket a little bit cheaper.
If not, we're gonna have to wait until there's a flight.
Can you drive to another country and get out there?
The only other country we can drive to and get out would be Afghanistan.
Hey, Drew.
It's fine.
Not happy.
People are really nice up here. Pakistan's awesome.
I'm not worried about that. It's just that you're saying. Bombs are nice. Yeah, bombs don't care where you are.
There's like around 300 million people in Pakistan. The odds of me getting bombed are pretty slim. Okay, bad connection. All right, I lost you. Love you. See you later. All right, call failed. Well, at least I got to talk to my parents and let them know I'm safe. The journey continues. Good morning, guys. This is my daily ritual to check the news, see what's going on. Live updates, front page of CNN. Pakistan says India fired.
Borakwa for life. Can you and the other Borakwa chatter fight and one of you keeps the name and the other loses it? Can you guys just duke it out? Battle to the death of the username?
Missiles at key military bases in that.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you were here first. As far as I'm concerned, you were here first. 1v1 him right now.
Retaliation is underway. Don't know what to do. Well, I'm gonna explore Islamabad and figure it out. Take it hour by hour. I'm on the.
How do you pronounce that? How do you pronounce it? Boricua? Boricua? Okay. I wasn't that far off. You guys are being dorky. I wasn't that far off.
Next flight out if the airport reopens.
That's just like literally an accent. Boricua or Boricua. Like, that's like, come on.
Stay tuned. I'm about to call Noor, my good friend and guide from Afghanistan, who I've spent every minute of 5 weeks there with, traveling with, and he's really updated with news and situations. Hey, bro.
Hey, bro. How are you?
Good to see you.
I'm sorry to hear that everything is kind of crazy in Pakistan, girl.
Hi, Daniel. What's up, cutie pie?
He called him girl.
Hey, bud. So, Noor, this is a crazy situation. I'm literally trapped in Pakistan. Forget about the Taliban for a second. If I even go to Kabul, get the visa on Monday, go to Kabul, hopefully get out on the flight Monday night, it still sounds like it's going to be tough to get there. But with Taliban talk, let's be real, like getting over the border of Peshawar is not going to be hard because so many people are doing it. There's also checkpoints. How many checkpoints from the border to Kabul through Jalalabad?
You'll experience about 5 to 6 checkpoints till you get to.
If you get travel money level of subs, you should come to Pakistan. I'll take you on a tour. I would love to come to Pakistan. I would love to. Do you think the cell signal is good enough to do IRL? Mark's Kami, thank you for the prime.
And the problem is I have to give them my passport, and if they just know my name.
The checkpoint doesn't really look that problematic. I'm only worried about the airport.
The airport's run by the Taliban, right?
Yeah.
So if they found out I'm there and if they catch me, even if I delete my videos, I mean, they probably just don't want American media there. Probably.
We gotta get you to Tamil Nadu or Kerala. Yeah, I mean, India would be cool too. I've been to Chennai before, Cactus. When I was working on the food show, we went to Chennai. I spent a lot of time in India, actually.
They catch you, probably they'll detain you for a while, and then it's gonna be viral, like all the news and media, they will talk about you, and then probably at some point maybe your government will interfere and hopefully solve the problem and stuff, just like other Americans, detained, and then Zalmay Khalilzad came to Afghanistan a while ago and then freed them and took them back.
What is the most chill place in India that I've been to? Jodhpur was very chill. Goa is also very chill, but Goa is kind of like hippie. it's chill in a way that I don't really vibe with. Like it's very like hippie, white yoga, like area, you know. But Jodhpur was fucking incredible. If you're going to India, go to Rajasthan. Yeah, we did do Rajasthan. It was amazing.
Even if it's a 5% chance that I get captured, it's not worth the risk, I think, in my opinion. I'll keep you posted. We're going to go to the airport soon and try to get out, but if we can't and I need to go through Kabul, I'll keep you posted, of course.
Okay, beautiful.
Dude, all right. Really good catching up, and I'll keep you posted.
Thank you so much. Dude,
all right.
Stay safe.
All right.
Have a good day.
Take care. Khudafez. Yeah. Bye-bye. God, Noor is the best. What a lovely guy. I feel a little bit better about it, but TBD. We'll see. Good morning.
Yeah. Hi.
Salam alaikum.
I have zero faith that my flight is going to take off because there are too many variables involved. We can't seem to get reliable advice anywhere online, or even by calling the airport.
Is there somebody I can speak to about getting out of Pakistan?
So we're heading to the airline's office to speak to someone in person.
Hey, we have a flight today to Dubai. Is it going?
Okay, let me check.
Thank you so much.
1:25 p.m. Your flight is on time.
So it's happening. Like the plane is here?
Is the airport open?
Right now the status is okay. We can't say. It depends upon the situation.
There's been nothing that says it's canceled, so we should go to the airport in an hour.
So it's closed until 12, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right, Mr. Abamonte. So we're in Islamabad. You can see the beautiful mosque right here. Most iconic building in the city. What are our options?
Really, the only options are we sit here and wait. Like, we have a flight out today, we think, but we don't know if it's going to go.
What up, Tommy?
Kind of waiting, checking the updates, and hoping it'll go. If not, we could wait, but it's an indeterminate amount of time. Could be a day, could be a week, we don't know. And our only other real option is to go overland via the Khyber Pass into Afghanistan and get a flight out of Kabul, which is a pain in the ass for a lot of reasons, especially because Mr. Binsky here has a little history with the Taliban, so we're not really sure what we're gonna do.
It's just a little risky, and even if there's a 5% chance of me getting detained or us getting detained, it's not worth the risk. So both of us have commitments. We need to be in Los Angeles in like 3 days, so from now. So yeah, we're waiting around to see if the Dubai flight goes. It's really the only option, man. It's really frustrating because everyone's clueless. Nobody has any idea what's happening. We've gone to the AirBlue office. The hotel doesn't know.
But like I said to Drew at breakfast, I'm not going anywhere without him, so we're here together until we get out of here. I mean, we're probably the first people in our neighborhood to be stuck in Pakistan.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
Yeah, right, Sarah.
Dude, that guy just...
Is that a fart? Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I want to congratulate him.
I heard that from, we're like 100 feet away from this guy and we just heard his...
He just ripped ass so loud. Is it not? No way it's that guy, right? We picked that up on his mic from that far away. That's insanity.
Fart.
Good job, man. That was the loudest.
Holy, that was the loudest fart I've ever heard in my life.
That was definitely a fart. This is the Faisal Mosque. It opened in 1986, but you can see the architecture is stunning. It kind of has that Bedouin style, like vintage feel, but the backdrop of the hills is just beautiful. Wow. I remember standing
beautiful
with my wife, Deanna, about 6 years ago.
Okay, Faisal Mosque is the biggest mosque in Pakistan, definitely gifted by the King Faisal of Saudi Arabia. Inside the prayer hall, the capacity has about 10,000 prayer at once to go inside the prayer hall, while all around 100,000 prayers can assemble here for the prayers.
Cool. We're up here at the lovely viewpoint.
Cool building.
We're looking at Islamabad, and you can just see this endless smog. It's not a very populated city. It's just a couple of tall buildings, and that's really it.
With the threat of a potential attack looming at all times, I want to get Zafar's opinion on what he thinks could really happen.
How do you feel about the situation, Zafar?
The situation, although it seems not good, but nobody knows the uncertainty is going on, and it's not yet clear what about the countries they want to do.
So you're not worried?
No, not that much.
At what point would you become worried if what happened?
Okay, if both the countries, they really escalate and they go toward the nuclear war, then that's definitely the point to worry about.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you might start worrying then. Yeah.
Until there's nuclear activity, you're chilling.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to stand by that thought.
After another day of waiting, it's
Oh, Jerry, I haven't heard about that at all. Can you drop a link?
hotel and head to the airport. I'm crossing my fingers that this flight to Dubai actually takes off, but there's no guarantee.
All right, Lee, the great escape starts now.
Hopefully, we'll see.
Only one way to find out, and that is by going to the airport.
For security reasons, the staff leads us out of a complicated back exit, through the kitchen and the janitor areas, across the meeting rooms, and then we make a run for the airport.
God, in order to get out the back end here, it's insane. I've never done anything like that before. Oh, man. The labyrinth. 4 doors. All right. The driver's here. All right. And we've apparently made it. And onwards to the airport.
I really hope we get out here because I really don't want to have to do this again.
Lee doesn't like not being in control. And either do I, but I just think it's funny to laugh at Lee. It's an uneasy feeling.
No Pakistani person would be allowed to do this in Pakistan? You mean like leave during this era? You think the only people on the flight? I guess I am kind of interested to hear what the flight is like.
Not knowing if we're flying.
And what the airport looks like.
About 50-50.
I would say slightly less than 50-50, but I am hopeful. But I am also pessimistic with stuff like this because I've seen everything.
In front of us, this military compound right here.
LA Taco. Agents arrested a nurse in retaliation for recording outside Terminal Island, raided the Van Nuys Home Depot twice, and at approximately 6 a.m. this Friday, 46 unidentified masked agents violently detained and arrested Union Del Barrio member while she was on a community patrol outside the Terminal Island staging area in San Pedro. Fuck. And she's just what she was just filming? We don't really know. Amanda was documenting the movements of the masked federal agents. She never threatened or assaulted anyone. Union Del Barrio demands Amanda's full immediate release. She's a political prisoner because she committed no crime and was arrested simply because of her activism. Fucked up.
He's apparently the one that was bombed this morning from India. But we can't really see because there's a big wall here. We've entered the airport grounds and we've so far gone through the first checkpoint. You'd think they would have stopped us and said the airport's closed if it's closed.
We shall see, my friend.
All right.
Khudafez.
We'll be in touch.
Wish you all the best and have a safe flight. Hopefully not to see you.
Inshallah.
At the moment, yeah.
And if not, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
That guy's awesome, man. The airport's clearly closed because everyone's just camped out outside of it. All the workers coming here to work, apparently. Canceled. Canceled. It says canceled on the screen.
No.
It says 1600, so we're delayed until 4 o'clock.
All right, so everyone's just kind of hanging out at the airport, waiting for it to open. We don't know if it's going to open. Apparently our flight's delayed till 4. We don't know if it's going to take off. There was a flight to Bahrain and Oman, by the way. They said scheduled. It's just so crazy. Everyone's just camped out. Okay, we were just told that the flight is moved from 1:25 to 4, and then we were told it's moved to 6. And so we don't want to hang out at the airport all day, so we're gonna go drive around, try to make sense of the day, and hopefully it doesn't get canceled. Before I felt 50-50, now I feel like 80-20, not in our favor, that we're gonna leave today. If the flight goes off, we have to be on that plane.
Of course. The Air Blue workers told that white guy that it's going to be delayed more and probably won't go.
Oh.
I mean, we can go into Rawalpindi, have lunch there, just look around. I've never been there, so I don't know even what's there, but we can look around, just take around.
Lunch is a good idea. Why don't we go get lunch at like a nice restaurant? We've made it to Lee's favorite city in the world. It's called Rawalpindi.
His favorite city in the world? He just said he's never been there. What?
Pakistan. Why is it significant here in history?
Because it was instrumental in the search for Osama bin Laden, actually.
There it is.
Now that we've finished lunch, we're heading back to the airport and we find out that it's still closed. However, our flight is scheduled for later today, so we're holding out hope that maybe we will make it out tonight.
We're back at Islamabad airport and it is empty. There's nobody here. It says our flight is leaving at 5 p.m., which is in 2 hours from now, but it's looking unlikely because everybody left. Now we're going to the Air Blue office to see if they can change our flight to tomorrow. And then we got to spend more time in Islamabad. And if tomorrow's Sunday, the flights don't go, then we're gonna have to make the decision to get the Afghan visa and go to Kabul. Holy moly. This is the line to talk to the airline. No thanks. What'd they say? Flight.
Bro, can you imagine being the worker at the end of this? Oh my God.
This is the line to talk to the airline. No thanks. What'd they say? Flight is officially.
There's no amount of money in the world. I'm sorry, I'm quitting. I don't care if you're Elon Musk and you're giving me everything. I don't want to do that.
Got word from the AirBlue desk, so now we're heading back to the hotel. I'm gonna figure it out. All right, my friend, we are now basically on plan D or E or F. I don't know if we're gonna go all the way down the alphabet or not.
After all that stress, we're still stuck in Islamabad. We're heading back to the same Marriott hotel, and I'm starting to lose all hope that we're going home anytime soon.
And we back, baby. We back. Wait for it, wait for it. Get me out of Pakistan, respectfully. I just woke up to some incredible news. A few hours ago, CNN.
At least they have a 5-star hotel to fall back into. Yeah, of course.
What we know about the surprise India-Pakistan ceasefire. Oh my God, does that mean the airport is open? Call my wife. Morning. Evening.
It is kind of crazy how like there's never one moment where he's like, I hope people are okay. He's never once, like, I love Drew. This video is obviously much better than the last one we watched, but like he's never once considered, he's just like, how do I get out? And I know this guy cares about Pakistani people. I know he cares about Indian people, but like I think it could have been expressed here a little bit. Just like, oh my God, I'm so worried for like my friends that I've met in Kashmir and like.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
So I just woke up and I checked the news. I kid you not. I don't know if you've seen it yet on CNN.
Are you coming home today?
Well, I don't know, but apparently there has been a ceasefire while I was sleeping, and if that holds, then the airport will open and I can fly home.
Do you have a ticket?
So
going out?
Yes, because yesterday on AirBlue the flight was canceled and it got moved to today at 5 p.m. So right now it's 7:40 a.m. The flight got moved to 5 p.m. today. So I'm on the plane today. If it takes off, I'm coming. It goes from Pakistan to Dubai and then I'm connecting Dubai to LA. If it doesn't take off, we're gonna have problems.
I hope you come home safe. Love you.
I love you. I'll be okay. Don't worry about me. So apparently, good news. More good news. British Airways took off this morning. We're tracking it right now. So.
To London?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So the airspace is open. Good morning. It appears that there's a ceasefire.
Yes.
That's good.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
So
very good.
Because neither Pakistan or India afford these sort of conflict and aggressions. It's good for the people, good for the country.
We still have a few hours until our flight departs, which is just enough time for a round of golf.
We've just arrived at Islamabad Country Club, the most exclusive golf course in the country of Pakistan. And Lee's so excited I can't keep up with him. Dude, it looks sweet. It's like a real course. Hello.
Wait, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What did I miss?
For India afford these sort of conflict.
Oh, they're golfing.
Integrations. It's good for the people.
Yeah, Drew loves golf.
We still have a few hours until our flight departs, which is just enough time for a round of golf.
We've just arrived at Islamabad Country Club, the most exclusive golf course in the country of Pakistan. And Lee's so excited I can't keep up with him. Dude, it looks sweet. It's like a real course. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Mohammed Fateh Khan.
Mohammed.
Muhammad Usman.
You're both Mohammed. Okay, you're Mohammed Red, you're Mohammed Blue. Club is way too long for me. I'm choking up like 4 inches.
Good ball.
Our caddy is so far ahead of us. So Lee and I tee off, and before we could even get in our cart, Mohammed's just sprinting up there. Excellent service. Where are you from?
In Pakistan, Islamabad. Pakistan, Islamabad.
Pakistan, Zindabad.
Zindabad. Zindabad.
Zindabad.
You were in the army?
Yeah.
No sleeping.
1 week last month, too much working hard.
It's such a treat to be playing out here. Nicest course in Pakistan. God, I love this sport. It takes me all over the world to cool places, different cultures, different experiences. All right, Mohammed says I'm 300 out. I'm going 5 wood, and Mohammed's gonna be on the camera.
Shot of the day.
Played this hole really well. 5 wood down the middle, 5 wood down the middle, and then a 56 degree. Looks to be to about 10 feet.
FYI, this is one of the most exclusive clubs in Pakistan.
Best looking birdie yet. Oh, all right, I'll take the par. In. Hey, somebody made a putt.
After a great round of golf, I'm heading back to the hotel. And honestly, it feels like I live here now.
All right, for God's sake, I'm heading to the airport again to try to catch our flight to Dubai. Hopefully it's not canceled. Please say all your prayers, because if this flight gets canceled, the only other option is to overland to Afghanistan, which is going to be a whole other nightmare situation. So here we go to the airport. All right, we are arriving at the airport again on this Mother's Day, actually.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We'll keep you posted.
Good flight.
Thank you.
my friend.
We'll keep you posted, all right? Just I'll text you.
Sure, yeah.
Seems to be a lot more chill this time of day.
Is golf the most bourgeois sport? Polo probably is gunning for it, but nobody really plays polo anymore, and golf is like so destructive, dude. It uses bass fishing? What the fuck? Comrade Lion? Bass fishing? Huh? That's a proletariat fucking sport if I've ever heard one, dude.
God, this feels good, doesn't it? Just like walking through the airport, stress-free at the moment.
Boats are pretty expensive. Not the ones that you go bass fishing on.
Freaking out in this line. I have no idea what's going on, but tempers are flaring.
Yes. Yeah, him and I together.
The flight is on time, right? Thank the Lord. All right. Thank you so much. I got it. Starting to taste it, Lee. Starting to taste it. After all that hassle, we are just on the finish line here. Lee and I are boarding the plane. Thank God. It's happening. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, let's fucking go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are boarding the plane. Let's go. 6 days stuck in Pakistan. Hi, how are you? I'm so happy to be on this plane.
Same here.
Are you happy? Okay.
Until I come back to my home.
Yes, sir. Remember that one time I got stuck in Pakistan? Oh, man.
I may have visited every country in the world, but nothing prepared me for the feeling of being stuck inside one. As intense as it was, getting stranded in Pakistan turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I connected with amazing people, and I saw landscapes that I'd never seen before. And that's exactly the lesson here. Travel may not always go your way, but it pushes you outside of your comfort zone and opens up your eyes. And that is what makes me feel alive.
Dude, this is such a funny comparison to the Best Ever Food Review Show video, too. Like, Drew in a much more real relative danger. You know? Like, and he's just like chilling, playing golf, hanging out with his driver. You know what I mean? He's just enjoying it. Yeah. He doesn't even hope for the well-being of Pakistanis, by the way. Not even at the end. Yeah. It was very self-centered. For sure. It was definitely very self-centered. But, yeah, you know. These won't be perfect until I can make my own travel YouTube channel. And then it will be perfect. Duh. Just kidding. I'm going to send you guys over. Wait, is he ending?
Could be. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to every single one of you who...
Oh no, it sounds like he's ending. It's okay. I'll rate somebody. We're going to rate Joan. I was going to rate a friend of mine who is never live when I rate or when I'm rating. Caro just started. We'll raid Caro another night. I promise. We definitely will. Tonight I want to raid Joan. Just because Joan, like, I feel like everybody was talking about shouting out other creators that they love. And I haven't heard Joan mention that like enough. And honestly, if you ask me, like genuinely, if you ask me, who is like the most talented streamer who's not partnered yet, I'm gonna like genuinely, honestly, it's Joan. Like, I don't know how you could say it's anyone else. Joan is such a good gaming streamer. Joan is like such a good React streamer. Yeah, Joan deserves like partner big time. So let's go over there. I want you to hang out. I want you to give it a taste. I know you're gonna like it, but let's hang out there tonight. Definitely blow up the follows, but also hang out another night and go, like, you know, go support Joan on normal days, because it's just a really, really good stream. It's genuinely just like a really fucking high quality stream. You know? It's a really good stream. Thank you for hanging out, guys. I appreciated you. And we'll be back tomorrow with movie night. I had an idea for movie night, but I'm not sure if that's actually going to work. We might have to pull something else out of our hat. So we'll figure something else out. We'll figure something out for movie night, but we will do movie night tomorrow. So be back. Come back. I appreciate you hanging. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye.